So, let's do this. It's time to maybe finish the Dark Heresy Alpha. I don't know, I might be pretty slow at this. But, where did we get to last time? We met everybody. That's basically it, we met everybody. We know who you are, we've met you kind of, but the save is just before it. We have the combat to do, we have a few different things we have to do actually. What, Marwol, you were so hyped for Dark Heresy, why is it taking so long to get back to Dark Heresy is a really good question. I'm about to answer that one, just let me finish the recap. I realize nobody's asked that question, but I'm asking it to myself. To remind myself, I should probably elaborate as to why. Anyway, we are here investigating some sort of incident to, I believe, a hab block. If we bring up the Inquisitorial Journal, we're looking for an Inquisitor's agent has been killed in a swamp, and we have to figure out what has happened in the Marisportum Sectoris with a bunch of disappearances. The current theory we have that we're trying to lean towards is that the... Can I make a report and show it? It's not appeared yet. There's evidence that the flock of repentance is being influenced by the Night Lords. But we have nothing we can really point directly to the Night Lords. Here we go. The tragedy of Silencia Sectoris causes Night Lord's campaign of terror, which then, I believe, corrupted the Confessor. Yeah. And... yeah, basically, like, the Night Lords have been causing problems. We're doing an investigation. We're working for the Inquisition. Not a whole lot else to really talk about. Oh, I can actually just pull out the hypothesis. Shame I can't move the hypothesis. Move everything else, I guess. But we haven't gained the Night Lords as an option yet. And then on the trail, we know that the agent was working alongside or trying to trick the Crypt. Something has happened, and we need to investigate that. Now, where we last left off, I was a little bit confused by the combat, and I feel that some of the combat encounters might need a bit of retooling. This is an alpha, I'm going to stress that now. So there probably will be changes, there probably will be rebalances, there probably will be even... it might be a bit too much to think about, but it might be things get completely redone. Welcome to the nebulous state that is an alpha. The situation we're in at the moment is if we try to power this, we upset everything else that's nearby. Like the Slumbering Guardians. These are all Skitari and, well, Adeptus Mechanicus. Yeah, Skitari. This is a Rust Stalker, I believe it's called. We've got Servitors. My issue with the combat is that it seems to be I'll give them praise, they've done something very different. I don't quite get my head around how it works yet. And it feels like we're not... it feels like we're underpowered in a lot of situations, and that they're relying on the player knowing mechanics to be able to get through a fight. Which is fine, except every fight so far has been a case of either I get lucky with the brute force, or we wane through some weird mechanic. Unlike, say, Rogue Trader, where it's a case of there could be mechanics in the fight, but you can also fight normally. The combat is the only hitch I have in this game. Everything else has been pretty fun so far. But we'll see. Maybe I'll be able to figure it out today. What I do know, though, is that there have been multiple people complaining about this encounter, specifically. Other ones, there's like a few people. This I have seen is consistently referred to as like a really, really impossible or difficult fight to get through. Some people are still sat there like you always have with some games where they go, oh, it's easy, you just have to do X, Y, Z, how are you struggling with this? And then they don't quite fathom that not everybody is going to be able to pull that off. It does seem that, like, the plan I had at the end of the last stream, where you split and split, and then just sort of hope, might work. So that's what we're going to try here. We're going to try this a few times. I want to get this to succeed. But if we're going to get this to work, I need... Who have I got for tech use that's pretty good? 25, 50, 35. I kind of want decent odds. Hey, Mar, get back down here. Lather is 40, and Saro, yo, my main guy. Okay. So, Saro is going to head over here. Your chance is 40, Cog's chance is 25. You can go over here. I'm going to try to split this so we have roughly even chances across the board. 35, 40, 35, 50. Cog is pretty good at defense over the other side. The problem to... Okay, why have I not touched this in a while? Literally just because I have so many other things I have to get around to, and while I did like Dark Heresy, I was pretty sure I could finish those other things in time. So it was just get those things finished so I have more time for Dark Heresy. So, with all that said, I think I'm going to start at the other side. And then... Yeah, Sorrow, could you... Quick save here. Okay, access received. Oh, can I kick up both Jennies and not start the fight? Yeah, I'm gonna save scum this. Only because I know the fight is absolutely horrific and I actually want to get through it. I don't know if you need to roll a check when you're in the combat itself. I don't think we do. Where's Sorrow? There you are. No, I didn't want everyone selected by default, thank you. Go back over here. All of you back over this way. Hamar, might as well go over here. Let's keep the, you know, the Imperial Guard together. One last reload, and then we'll see if we can do it in combat. The gimmick of the fight is that you have to wait for the generators to power the middle and then touch the middle, but Lathir can run a pretty good distance, so we can just use Lathir for that sprint. Okay, we have 2 access received. Cog, touch this, please. Yeah. Uncle, the servo skulls are all upset. They wake up the Admech. I didn't put the guy over there. Cog is on his own. Yeah, you're all upset because I'm not Adeptus Mechanicus. Right. Victory when we surpass the morale of the enemy. Apparently you're not supposed to just fight the weaker enemies and sort of, you know... The way we did the combat last time is it wasn't this fight we traded, but let's say... what did we do? The hostage situation. Apparently you're not supposed to fight the weaker guys first. You're supposed to ignore them. Which I find to be a really weird choice, because they're weak. You can kill them pretty easy, you can get them off the board. But apparently you're supposed to go for the bigger guys first to go for a morale victory. Which I'd argue isn't entirely obvious. Because most people's first assumption will be, hey look, there's a lot of people here, but I can kill the really weak ones now, so we have less to worry about. Instead of, maybe I go punch the big guy and get mobbed by these 6. Either way, Lathir gets to go first, Sorrow then gets to go. Looks like it's just, yeah, we don't have to roll for this when we get into it, so that's nice. We can't position because it's an ambush, and yeah, I left Haymar over here. Apparently there was a bug with Haymar and his rapid fire. It was actually reducing his accuracy too much. So that'll be curious to see. We're gonna let Sorrow do the... No, actually, because... Okay. When the durability is reduced to 0, the morale becomes 0. So the goal, I guess, is to just armor strip everything, as opposed to outright kill them, and then you win through morale. Okay, I know the Servitor is going to drop down on the next turn as well, like these ones right by here. I'm thinking we go here, touch this, and you come up here and punch the Skitarii Ranger. I don't know why that made Cog gain... Oh, Cog's favorite button. That's why. Yeah, okay. Right, what am I actually doing with this up here? Movement is increased by and defense by perception bonus. Wayseeker's Path, that's free to use. We select an ally. Right, and then these gain... Yeah. These also affect the person under guidance. So... we have free movement. We have the ability to... stagger, maybe. Get a precise hit. Or... Okay. I think what we're going to do is we're going to guidance Sorrow, because Sorrow's about to go. Just to improve their chances of doing things. And they also get to ignore enemy defense. I'm then going to... We can only do one attack because the next one's going to cost 2, I'm pretty sure. So what we'll do after this is... go for what? Do we want the free movement so Sorrow can position before positioning again? Probably. Yeah. Go for that so we can get the free movement for Sorrow. And then your weapons are both the same. Oh, never mind. It doesn't actually increase. I could have done 2 attacks. That's on me. That's fine. This also only affects the precision attack, so we could have done a precise attack and gone for that, but... oh well. Sorrow, if I remember right, fire does bonus damage to armor. And the Rust Stalk is probably going to be my biggest problem. Send you by here. And then, how do I want to do this? Yeah, 50% extra damage to armor when they burn. So I could do, say, this here, which would immediately strip all their armor out. But I kind of feel like I should go for the Sicarian. Because we can always hit these guys and strip them out in one hit anyway. I want to get the burn going for you now. We could do this here. We could recast it. No, go for this. And then I want to rhyme this. So we've recast it for free on Sarah's next turn if he lives that long. And then reposition back here. That way he might actually be able to recast. This does just do a recast at the start of the turn, right? Yes. Instantly redone regardless of any restrictions. So this will be burned again. And then everything here should be grouped up so we can do another cast of Blaze Weaver. Maybe get a recast on Blaze Weaver. Or we could do Molten Beam. We could do this, stack it, and then hit Molten Beam. Maybe strip some armor off again. Yeah, I know there's a second Sicarian, but I'd rather we worry about that one there first. Fortunately, there's nothing I can really do against that one down there. Actually, there is. Why have you not got any... Oh, because your Rectifier is turned on, that's why. Problem is that Servitor is going to drop down right there. Bonus fire rate, extra fire rate, can't use the same turn as running gun. Perform twice with less damage. Sicarian's movement is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're safe kind of anywhere near here. Lathir is going to get shot because there's not really anything I can do to interrupt that attack. Which is not ideal, but he definitely is one of the more durable people we have. Thank you. Why is my phone vibrating so obnoxiously loud? Oh, that's fine. Oops. Anyway, this... Maybe we can get some good hits into you, but I'm pretty sure we're just going to strip the environment instead. Or we apparently hit not a single thing, not even cover. I am amazed at your inability to fire a gun. As for you, we have the Skitari guy right by here. We got another Rust Stalker by here. Do I know who the commander is? Actually, I probably should have picked that out first. Is it you? Who's the commander? Not you. Not you. You're just flagged up because of precise shot. Which, again, I can't really do anything about. That's the other thing I don't like about this system, is... I might, if I'm lucky, be able to get the Acolyte into a position to counter-snipe this guy. But otherwise, I'm absolutely fucked for doing anything. Because, like... Cobb isn't going to get anywhere near him. Epione is functionally combatively useless as far as I can tell for most of the things she does, apart from the melter she has. Lathir does have the movement to get to them, but Lathir is not going to get a turn in time. And, well, we've just seen Hamar miss all of his shots against hard cover, and a Rust Stalker. So, this is a little bit annoying. I wish it was actually on the next turn. Like, of, you know, same with, like, the rhyme system for Sorrow. If at the start of the turn they would get to do anything, they then get their concentration to fire off. At least then I get the chance to maybe do something with these two, who could maybe also deal with this, but turn order is what it is, I guess. You have... There's no allies near you, so we don't worry about Bulwark. Your whole thing is you just beat up everything near you. You want to go... Yeah, you want to bully this guy and make sure he doesn't run away. I mean, you can step through that way, but still. 2 damage reduction. Oh, what? Yeah, I could have just charged. Hold up. How'd you miss, Cog? How'd you miss? How do you miss? It's a Sakari. It's Katari even. Fortunately, you can't slash because of where he's positioned. Okay, go for a smash anyway. That hit, thankfully. Okay. Oh, -2 morale. Right? Morale I kind of wish was up here. I don't think it's listed anywhere on the sheet. No. Morale doesn't seem to be listed here, which is a bit of a weird... little bit of a weird information not to have. For some reason you gained 4 morale, I don't know why. Didn't account for the fact you had charge. And you can't move far enough to be able to get a line of sight shot to... No, okay. We can give another turn to Lathia. But I think it would be better to give the turn to Sorrow, so Sorrow can get out of dodge. Yeah, we do bring it down. This is a free movement. I don't need to rhyme, but I do need to beam. That works. Now we're going to see if we can strip the morale off of you. We did. Very nice. And then we're going to go for a shot. Arms, head. What do we got for the other guy? Better stats. Go for the legs. That might buy us a little bit more time to try and deal with you. You have a melter gun, right? Yeah, penalty on skill test. You get to heal. You get to improve movement and defense. And you get to shoot twice. Right? This is an area attack. It is. Okay. Move over here, please. Heal Sorrow, because we kind of need his fire. And then run gun. Kind of wish the spread wasn't that. Yeah, no matter how I try to angle this, we're going to end up, like, hitting him as well. So, change of plans. Good luck. Oh, I could have given, Sorrow the extra movement and defense. Don't think it's going to help you much, but we'll try. Yep, Latha's now had his leg shot. This is what I mean by, like, it feels like we're really fragile compared to, like, everything else. I know we're dealing with Skitarii here, but still. Sauro's taken, like, 2 hits, and I've had to heal him once, and he's still almost dead. Okay. We need to guidance you. Because the rangers go, then the Rustalk. I need you to be able to move away. And then we're going to Guiding Lights. And then I'm going to Precise Strike you in the... Arms? See, but, like, you would have thought the morale would change, because I've taken his 4 away. Apparently that doesn't make Latha gain any morale, despite, like, we've gained damage there. This whole morale system seems really scuffed. Okay, we've had a phenomena happen, which is not ideal. Oh, okay, no, we can't hit them all. So let's cook them. Don't give me that no line of sight. Go stand here. Yeah, that'll cook them. Why doesn't that gain me any morale? This might... Yeah, so we're up 3, apparently, but it hasn't really changed anything. It's really... really annoying. Like, we're gonna knock that thing's morale out, that's fine. But, like, Haymar's lost 7. You killed 3 servitors, stripped armor off the thing, and you're still at negative morale. Apparently you lost 5, you've lost 5, you lost 5 because of the ghosts. God fucking damn it. There's nothing else you can really do. I guess I could just sit here and, like... Yeah, there's nothing else you can really do. Maybe you could just move out the way? No, you'll just get shot at by that guy over there. You need to use your free movement to get out of the way. Straight up. You only hit a few of those shots. You fired how many rounds? 7? You fired 7 shots and you hit 5. This is a fire rate naturally of 19. How'd you only fire 7 shots? There's no ammo system in this game. How are you only firing 7? If there's a rogue trader, I could understand, oh no, I've accidentally used rapid fire, but I forgot to reload the heavy bolter, so I'm only firing 3 shots, even though I could fire potential, like, 12. You can fire 19, but you fired 7. Why? Like, you're about to get hit by that, which is kind of funny. No, she's about to get hit by this one. Cog can then go bully the other one. Yeah, she's going nowhere, which is not fine, but it's fine. You can't go bully this one because the servitor is in the way. Still, you somehow miss with a charge. Cog, you're shit at this. You're a Bullgrin, be better. Your target's 2. You're a 2x2. I mean, it is an area of effect, so we can't just do this. No, it's not. A 2x2 that can attack diagonally is really pissing me off. She just can't do it. Can't swing for either. You did a charge attack and you can't swing at the guy next to you. Why? But you can get hit by that guy. Now you can swing at the... I'm so confused by why this doesn't work. Unknown, hello. Welcome in. She keeps getting 4 fucking morale just for existing, and yet I don't. Yeah, because the flesh is weak, I get it. So, I think the morale system is supposed to be the new counterpart for momentum, but in Rogue Trader, if you dealt damage or killed an enemy, you gained momentum. In this one, I don't know how you're supposed to gain morale. I think it is just on kill. But then it makes it really annoying when enemies gain morale naturally, but they have a whole victory mechanic based around, oh, you can also win if you get enough morale. How am I supposed to get enough morale to win if things are generating it automatically? Or if my Psycho suddenly shits itself and then everyone else loses morale nearby. That's also fantastic. I do like that they've added the whole, like, phenomenon system, though. Because in tabletop, you have different degrees of, uh-oh, the warp is doing things. And if I remember right, there is literally 100 phenomenon, 100 perils. No, there's not 100 perils. There's close to it. I think there's 80. But you can end up with all sorts of, like, really fun, interesting things from phenomenon, like everyone for a split second thinks that the walls have turned into jelly, or everyone forgets something but they don't remember what it is they've forgotten. It's something inane but important, as in things like you have forgotten where you've put a really important data pad, but you don't realize you've forgotten where you've put that data pad. Because you get all sorts of, like, really fun phenomena like that. And of course, what phenomena do I get? Everyone nearby has just seen a ghost. Uh-oh. Ooh, spooky. I need this dead, but I need you to move. I need her to move as well, but there's not much I can do about that. Stand by here. You are apparently going to fire 11 rounds. So you fire 11 that time, but if I give you the 19, you don't. Okay. Need to no line of sight on you. There's nowhere really I can move you that's going to be a good idea, although just moving you back is probably going to be safe. At least we strip some morale off of you. We can go for torso. I think we just go for torso. Wait, doesn't this do more armor damage? It does. I should be using the las gun. No, I have a long las I could have given him. Never mind. You don't get to fire because that's right next to you. You can't even move. You can't do anything because it's right next to you. You don't have a melee weapon. I should have given you the talent that allows you to fire next to you. Pretty sure I gave you the talent to use things on yourself, though. Medicaid kit didn't clear the immobilized. Well, she is functionally dead. She is dead. There's no way I can stop that sniper round happening. Cog is just going to get ganged up on. I'm pretty sure he's dead before we can get to his turn. Because Ranger, Rust Stalker, I'm pretty sure is the one near us, actually. Actually, no, he can't get a turn. It's nice knowing you, Cog. I don't quite know why you're on fire, but okay. How much power are we at? 60%? Even if we gotta survive this turn, we'd have to survive another turn. That's not happening. And yeah, the morale's just not gonna happen. She still can't move because she's permanently immobilized. Assail would do... nothing of value here. Give guidance to Sorrow. Give them both of these a free move again, please. And then kill this thing. I don't care, kill it. Or not. I mean, if it runs away, it's probably dead on its turn. Yeah, look, even dealing health damage that doesn't gain morale. Okay, we've got Blaze Weaver to fire off. We can It's going to be a bit too dicey to do that because of us pushing this so far. Let's reduce the phenomenon a bit. See, we've racked it up to 19. It's still going to be a huge problem. Run away. The best I can do at this point is just try to survive. I mean, like, Cog's going to hold this group over here. If we can go over and push the button somehow, it's going to require a lot there. I know it's alpha, but I think the combat is just straight up shit. I think it's just shit. That thing gains fucking Maybe it's just this fight. Maybe it's just this fight. She's functionally dead anyway. She can't do anything. At least we can use the guided to get around the one square problem. How do we want to handle this? Let's get up here so we can at least shoot at this guy down here. Let's go with, yeah, torso hit. Because I don't think the las gun's going to have the reach. Yeah, no, definitely doesn't have the reach. And then Lothir. Lothir's fine where they are, actually. Give Haymar another turn. Slightly out of range. It's a bit of a shame, but we'll take the step forwards. It's gonna reach him and charge, but Haymar might survive long enough to be able to walk away and point blank it. No one really in range to... I guess we could mess with you. Still builds me a little bit of morale. Cog died due to fire. Ruh-roh. Kill him. The beautiful 2 morale it gives. Haymar with guidance. I'm going to use you to hide behind a tree. Jesus. We're not going to be able to strip the morale out of you, but we might kill the servitor. Interesting. I kind of do like that it did hit that guy and not much the servitor, but I was also kind of hoping it would hit the servitor. That's fine. Pull some distance. Rest in peace. Yeah, of course you gain 6 morale for that. Why wouldn't you? Lathe, I'm gonna need you to run and hit a button. Please. Lathia can't go and hit a button. You don't even have the movement. That doesn't give you more movement. Oh, okay. I don't think even if I use guidance to get this close. No. I would have to run here and then hope for another turn that Lathia doesn't get put down. Which, considering he'd be the last one standing, is very unlikely. Because the Skitari over here is probably going to snipe him. But I need to close that gap a little bit. What do you mean no line of... What do you mean no line of sight? You can see his head over the box, Lathia. Oh shit, here we go again. Is that the commander by there? The one that keeps giving them the free extra turn? Lather, I need you to go hit a button. I don't know if you realize how much I need you to hit a fucking button. Yes, you're the commander. I wish it was way more obvious who the commander is, because we looked around and I thought you were just a regular Skitari. Right, so when we do this fight again, we know to hit the commander, and then the morale win. There is nowhere I can run you where you're not going to have to roll to see if you don't get punched. Oh, you double movement through the... We're dead anyway. I really hate the combat system. The commander needs to be made way more obvious. Like, it needs to have something next to its health bar. I know you're the commander. I'm just going to dumpster you when we get the turn. Cog, push the button, please. Yeah, I really hate how there is no icon. You'll tell me, like, 14 stacks of this, but you won't tell me he's the commander, which is way more relevant information than, oh no, you've already got 14 Skitari to worry about. Why is that commander icon not on the health bar? Why? Why do they think that this is more relevant information than this at a glance? If your whole big thing is we have a morale system where if you destroy something, in order to win a fight, you need the morale win, then knowing who the commander is pretty important. Not, there are 14 Skitarii still active. Good news is, hey, we know you're active. Bad news is, the turn order is absolutely scuffed. Like, all the, like, Sorrow and Cog, Sorrow is the main one I need. The Acolyte and Haymar are fine. I can still work with you being first. I'm going to need... Sorrow can get a turn. You. Then we're going to go with free movement. I forget what reflexes and tenacity do. Where is okay, reflexes. Evasion, tenacity is the chance to avoid. Okay. But it's a -0 because this stacks off with a veil degradation, right? So functionally useless until Sorrow starts doing things. Go stand here. Guidance. Do I want a precise hit or do I want a... Go for the legs. And then, yeah, stay put by there. Get a free shot, that's fine. You'll probably get a charge or not. Surprising. Yeah, you got the free movement, that's fine. Can't... Oh, I can kind of get line of sight. We stand by here. 8 shots. 16. Try it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a... It's not doing it. Rapid fire is not rapid firing. $16. 8. Didn't even fire its normal. Well, so rapid fire is broken then, is what I'm deriving from this. Like it just straight up doesn't actually give rate of fire. I also should have done Revel in Slaughter so we could have dealt 26% more damage and then done Lock and Load, but that's beside the point. Rapid fire straight up is not giving double fire rate. We got some hits in, at least. That's good. Ad's arriving in about 15 seconds. Okay, now it's going to be this Rust Stalker and then the one here. Cool. See if we can tank your morale. Then I'm going to give Sorrow the turn now. Free move to here. And then Cook. Thank you. You've been marked by him. Missed. Oh well. Yeah, you get a precise shot. You also get a precise shot, right? Yep. Surrogate's their turn. We're going to burn again. And then I would like you to blaze with like that, please. And then very carefully run back over here. Just so we get a little bit of distance. Oh, they're all going for... okay. Good luck. There's nowhere I can stand where I can shoot the melter and get this guy and not hit Lathia. I think. Like, this is too close, right? Yeah. Granted, it's only too close by one. If I stand by here... There we go. Oh, I should have run and gunned. So we hit twice. Huge misplay by me. Again, we also probably should have done this a bit differently. And I need you to endure. Okay, so the Marwol has been stripped off of you. If we kill you, everything else in theory gains 1 morale a turn, not 4. Right? Yeah, they gain -3 from losing the commander, but the flesh is weak makes them gain +4, so then we just have to strip out of the... Okay. So then on this turn, what I need you to do then is Haymar get to move. What do I get with a precise hit here? 24 to 26, but it's a 47% chance to hit. Go for it. Because otherwise it's 2 hits of not much damage. Okay. Officer is dead. Nope, apparently not. Now he is. Nope. Now he is. Nope. Man, how many times was I convinced we'd be dropping dead there? So yeah, rapid fire is functionally useless to me. Roll in the slaughter. That's going nowhere. Yeah, stuff like that. And then give the turn to you. Cook everyone. Yep. Yeah, that'll do. Although I do need to feta next turn. Okay. They all lost 3 morale, but they're also going to gain 3 morale anyway. Yeah, see, they're still going to gain... Why are they gaining 2? It should be 1. I know I saw that right. Death of the allied leader is not giving -3, it's giving -2. That's completely... So rapid fire isn't working as intended, and they're not losing 3 morale, they're losing 2. Okay. Run behind cover, please. You kind of need to run away. You know what? Yeah, you're just gonna get shot at anyway. Pretty good job of dealing with everything, I guess. And then, Cog, I need you to do quite a few things. I need you to start bullying this Rust Stalker. And then, can I get you to a little bit of a step? Right, you're being blocked by her. Oh, are you not 2x2? Are you, like, one with a really weird cross shape? But Lathia can deal with that. I think things are going better this time, but I don't know. At least we've killed the commander, right? But they're still going to be gaining morale every turn. Which means that this whole fight runs counter to the systems they're trying to introduce into the game. Which is really fucking annoying. Lathir, I can get Lathir away from you to go fight this. Because I can use guidance to get the free movement. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Although I should have done this first. I don't think he gets the guiding light. I also might just not bother with this fight at all. You can finish that off. Sorry, the fire rate is... Okay, it is 9. You did fire 9. Good. Nowhere Hamar can really go where you're not going to get attacked by that. That's... It is what it is. Ouch. So Lathia is down, which means we lose a lot of our movement. Yeah, that's going to burn out in its turn. You're not going to burn out. It's injured. Hey, Cog, I need you to endure, please. Thank you. And then could you... Thank you. And then could you also do this? Missed it. Shame. There's nothing really you can do. I mean, you can fire at this guy right here. Missed most of the shots. I should have... Yeah, I should have definitely used Revenant Slaughter. Might have maybe given you enough damage to get past that. What else you got for me here, Cog? There's no one you can slash, allegedly? Oh yeah, because you technically need to get through to the opposite side. What is this dependent on? Agility bonus. Interesting that they make it scale off of that now rather than just being a flat 3. Can you not move? Oh, yeah, the movement has been reduced. They have no movement points. You missed 10 out of 10 shots. At least Cog's gonna make it through this alive. Ish. Still can't dash that one. Sorry, slash even. Slash was a bit of a weird one that sometimes didn't work for really obscure reasons in Rogue Trader, and it seems might also have a bit of an issue here. Like, given cog size, it should just be able to go, like, here. Or, we had it earlier where it couldn't go somewhere, but it still did the damage and bounce back, which happened in Rogue Trader as well. I don't know why it isn't just allowing that here. Because... yeah, the angle wants it to go this way, but Cog could also just end up here. We can't... unfortunately, we can't hit both of these. We'll hit with that instead. It also means a lot of Cog's damage output is being reduced because he doesn't have access to his slash. And you don't have a gun. So there's nothing you can do except damage. Yeah, I think we're just going to ignore this fight. They want you to... I don't know if there's a case of, like, I've somehow got here and I'm not anywhere near the level I should be, or... what? You kill the commander, but that doesn't actually affect anything, unlike other fights where if you kill the commander, you're supposed to then start winning based on morale. They gain morale naturally anyway. If we sit there and try to get the generators to work, we just get wiped. Like, the other fights we've seen, I don't remember his name. I know he's a quest. We can go pull his name that way. He is the... where is it? Dursus. The Dursus fight is... fine. That one, I looked at the video again, I just horrifically mispositioned and misplayed the whole thing. The hostage fight is fine. That one was a case of we went into a fight when I didn't want to, but when we went into the fight wanting a fight, we got through it fine. The Kroot fight is also fine. That one was, we came in on the wrong side, and then even then I did the whole thing. We got a morale win with that one. But I was trying to get the Krootox into the pen, but because we were on the wrong side of the map and because I spooled up too much burn damage on it, it just died, and it was a shame. But we can... that's part of the reason why we're the save we're at. This fight is just fucked in every single way. You can't really go for a morale thing because everyone's gaining morale automatically over time, so killing the commander doesn't seem to really affect anything. I need to go over here to talk to the Kroot. We don't really have the damage output to kill everything as it's coming in. We kind of can, but not really, which makes me think we're at the wrong level for this. I still think our party is kind of squishy. The only durable members we really have are the Ogryn and Lathir. We have a little bit of durability through healing with, God, I keep forgetting her name. Epion. But 10 healing when the enemy is throwing out 20 damage is pathetic. Hello, Kroot. Oh, right, it's a test to be able to tell the Kroot. Let's offer them a ration. But, yeah, that fight itself just seems... just hot garbage. And I don't know what it's down to. I don't know if it's because I'm playing the game like shit. I don't know if it's because... there's a... I don't know what to call the phenomenon. I guess we call it the tester's problem. The tester's paradox, I guess is what we'll call it. There's different games throughout history where, because they've had such a tight, closed test team, that certain aspects of the game have become brutal. Because the testers go, oh, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. Because they're constantly testing the bit, and they keep making it, over-tuning it, make it more difficult. It happened with Battletoads, it happened with Alien Resurrection. There's other games as well. Devil May Cry, I think, is infamous for it as well. Where there'll be sections where, let's say, testers have just spent ages playing it. They're like, oh, this is getting a little... This is a bit too easy. This should be made more difficult. This is a bit too easy. It should be made more difficult. And then when it hits the public, or it hits like a larger test team, they play it and go, what the fuck is this? And they get just like wiped by it. Case in point, Alien Resurrection, there's the famous statement that the testers were going through it with just the starting pistol and were having no issue, but the game was then infamous on release for being unrelentingly difficult and unforgiving. Devil May Cry with the higher difficulties is infamous for the final boss fight and the final few stages. Battletoads is Battletoads. There's all sorts of different games all through history where there's been like... The test team has been... It is literally the test team is too good at the game. And then it hits everyone else. It's like, nobody else has had the hours of practice and hours of everything else to be able to pull this off. And then they suffer. I don't know if that fight there is the same sort of thing, or if I am genuinely just missing something major and that's what's causing the problems. Because there's no other fight that's been like it. I also kind of remember how this conversation flows. She can't talk. We don't know why the kin attacked you. Where did they come from? Where did you get the las pistol? Come with me. And now I know not to go this way. Because we need the Krutox pen, and that's on the other side. But, yeah, we're just going to ignore that. I'll absolutely accept that it's something I cannot do. Oh, formation. I don't like how it is at the moment. Lathir needs to be more like there. You need to go there, but there. Yeah, that's fine. There we go. Why are you... Oh, because the solitary Kroot. That makes the sense. I wonder, if we enter from here, when we entered from the other side at the end of the last stream, it looked like two of the enemies ran off to fight I don't know the recruit's name yet. If we enter this side, do 2 disappear from down here? Maybe. They do. Okay. So I remember that the Shaper here, yeah, the Mad Leader, you're the commander. Again, I'm going to harp on this in every combat now. It really should have the commander's image on that health bar. Or, like, the health bar should be stylized different or something to make it easier at a glance to pick out the commander. You are a case of you go after the last one you hit. Yeah, if I hover over you, get active and passive. If I hover over you, I get nothing. Weird the way that is. Anyway, yeah, you chase the last one you hit, so we'll worry about that later, maybe. I can't remember if you fight everything or not. I don't think you do. But again, if I understand the systems right, and again, I could be misunderstanding something here. If I kill you, everyone then starts dropping morale, and then we could just go win. But if I take the victory, I'm pretty sure you get killed because you need to be in the pen before that happens. So I need to get you down here in here, then we can take out the Mad Leader. And we can also kill some fruit along the way. Yeah, these guys are pretty pathetic. We should be okay. Turn order is Saro first, then Lathia. I'm thinking... Right, psychic attacks you don't care about. It has to be a physical hit. So... how do I want to deal with this? I think we'll figure out who we're going to send after you later. For now, though, we're going to go you into cover by there. Lathia can go wherever you want to. I should put you by there. I want the Ogryn here. That way they kind of have to get past this. We're going to kill these guys first. You're a warrior, you're a tough recruit. You're a sharpshooter. You're a shooter. You're a mad hunter specifically, actually. Because I remember you guys are going to try to snipe my people. But yeah, get you into the pen, kill you, go for a morale victory, I believe, is how we're going to do this. Let me double check. You don't care about psychic abilities, right? Spite. Last enemy that hit it, however, if hit by a grenade or psychic power, you cannot identify the attack. I thought so. So, let's start this off with a good cook. Right, that's 2 of those dealt with straight away. I'm gonna guidance you. What I'm tempted to do, kill you, see where the Crutox goes. If the Crutox comes towards us, I'll have someone shoot it, and then we need to run through here and then hit the cage. So Lathier could do all that in one go. You could also go up there and kill that guy. Yeah, I need you to go deal with the hunter, actually. The Ogryn can hold down here. There we go. Oh, I could have done Coming Doom, actually. That would have boosted my damage. I don't really need the damage, but we'll take the damage now anyway. Because that's going to be straight mortal. That's the sniper shot that I'm trying to get away from. You're another mad hunter. Going for this is, yeah, okay. That's on me for pushing up. I know they could just jump up here, but I kind of want to start shooting into the crowd. That will do. Yeah, too far away to do anything there. I could have you go again. I can have... We can use get back in the fight to help get this done, because we can have someone go over here, get back in the fight, go through. Okay, we have a plan. Shot. I figured we'd start working on him anyway, just because I'd like to reduce his damage. And arms would do that. Oh, thank you. Smash isn't going to hit them both, unfortunately. Oh, but I can... So I can't slash that way, but I can slash this way? Okay. Wasn't really stopping that, but I think we managed to avoid the shot somehow. Honestly, I kind of need you to heal Lath here. I have a feeling that's not how guided steps were supposed to work, but we'll take it. It's supposed to be like a 4 square, yeah. any location with a 4-cell radius. So I guess maybe that is how it's supposed to work, but it feels wrong. Hey Eldar, you're gonna get dealt the slaughter injection. Okay. I think I know what we're gonna do here. I shouldn't ignite this down here because we're gonna catch the Crutox, sorry. So what I'm going to do is... drain life off of you. What does Warp's Embrace do? Oh, it just ramps this up, right? Thought so. Okay, Alathia. Give guidance to the big guy. I want you to Guiding Lights. I want you to Doom. And then Stab. Thank you. So I've given Guiding Light to Cog down here so we can reposition if I need to. But in terms of actually, like, getting the Crute to where I want them to be, the Crutox even. Oh, you have a knife! Okay. Get its attention, please. Thank you. And then we're going to get you inside the pen. Your movement is 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do it this way actually so I can count it properly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, you're gonna get punched. Hopefully you live. If you do live, that means on Lathia's turn, you can get a free movement, walk away, run over here, push the switch, and we're good. And then get a morale hit. Yeah, we'll go for you. And the commander is behind cover. At least we hit that time. How'd you miss a Ogryn that close? I need you to step away so you don't hit that when it runs past by accident. Good work. And now you have a ridiculous amount of movement range for some reason I can't fathom. I'm tempted to have you run all the way over here. So then you can start wailing on these guys too. And then they could hopefully not kill the Kroot Sheeper. I mean, you're going to have to be over here anyway to deal with some of these guys. Ta-da! Could you patch up your local friendly Eldar, please? And that's 2 rounds. I could run down here. We could start, like, melter-gunning this, but I don't want to get too close to the Mad Leader because he does have a lot of damage he could throw my way. And all of your attacks are a bit too AoE for anything to really work here. I think we're just going to have you sit tight. I mean, I should probably hop you out of the way, but yeah, sit by there. Interesting, you're doing a concentration. Oh, can I get him on this side and then concentration runs in? Maybe. Maybe that works. For my next trick, you're gonna have to stand out in the open, my guy. Take another step forward. That's fine. Oh no, the thing became heroic. Oh well. Movement. Doom. And then step. Step. You're having a real bad day of it. And then I'm going to step to here. So that you can actually fire through, because you're immobilized now, we don't have to worry about you moving. That's... I don't think they're ever going to land a hit. You will. Oh, that's going to hurt too. Okay. Little bit of a problem is that I need to, I think, keep you by there. Are you going to charge straight in? Yes. Which means I can now... I'd like to burn over here again. We're gonna have to forego shooting to do this. Nice. Extra 2 with 3 AP, 6 MP. Yes, please. I need you to really make yourself durable. Oh, we can go for Big Boy now. Hold up. I know I should go for him because he's going to get shot, but counterpoint. He can just charge. Which was a waste to begin with, but hey. Legs are injured. That'll have to do. And then your turn. Get assailed, my guy. Drop his morale again. I could just take the shot. There we go. Don't get the attack, unfortunately. Slash, though. Just absolutely bully the guy, please. Ooh, nice. That does 9 to 12. 7 to 10. Right, you can disrupt with that. I forgot about that. Good amount of burning. They should die over time anyway. Injection, please. The really good news here is that, like, they've had to waste their turn standing up. 2 bloodletters have been summoned, allegedly. That's what I get for not fettering before my turn. So, is it up to, or is it just 2? Oh, I used a sail again. No wonder it spiked so high. Problem is I'm now burning... Yeah, I forgot that we were going to be burning you again. Now I just need to deal with the corn bloodletter. Immune to bleeding if failed degradation is above 10. That's fine. The next thing we're going to do is going to drop the veil. Play it safe. I mean, the bloodlet is going to be really shifting it. But... might as well finish you off. And then reposition to go fight a bloodletter. Actually, no, I can drop down over here, can't I? I think I can. %, because they're on the floor. Go for it. Yeah, no, Overpen's gonna hit Cog, but honestly, as long as we can just keep bullying you, I don't mind, because the sooner we kill you, the sooner we can get a victory. What's your movement? Probably, yeah, it is ridiculous. Makes sense, you're a bloodletter. I have somehow demoralized a demon. I'm amazed. Have fun. Wow, that... okay. I appreciate that greatly, I guess. Cog, I need you to kill that man for me, please. Thank you, Cog. Do I need to be a bit further away? There we go. You missed. Cog, I love you, but please. Oh, you're the chirurgeon. Okay, let's get down here and help Cog then. Oh good, the Bloodletters decided to fight the Kroot. Okay, recast Blaze Weaver, recast a sail. You know, to fetter again. Honestly, I think we do need to kill that Bloodletter. Yeah, you're not going to get the range because of the debuff you got hit with. That's okay. I was hoping we'd be able to put it more like back here so that we could hit just this Shaper, sorry, this Mad Warrior and the Bloodletter, but that's not going to happen. You're staggered. I guess I could keep staggering you. It doesn't deal any damage. Oh, right. Also, if I do that, you don't get to do anything. Cool. Nuke it. Warp Ghost, that means you lose a little bit of morale. Okay, give me Guy. I've done it in the wrong order again. Guidance on you. You can also assail. Oh, but if you do that, you won't be able to move. Okay. Let's move you first, then. And then assail it. What are you even doing? Pack hunting. Which is apparently doing nothing. Yeah, there's no point to that. Let's go with Break Morale. Thank you. So then I can give Finest Hour to Lafia. Who's then going to Guidance. Sorrow, I guess? No, Guidance Cog. You know what? Swing twice. Disarmed. Fantastic. Not going to burn out on its turn, but it might get killed by everything else. Now it burns out on its turn. Oh, I can just shoot it. That also works. I hope that Sheepa isn't, like, dead. But I guess we'll find out. Ads are over about 55 seconds. We're basically on cleanup, although we're gonna win, I think, at the start of the next round. Nope, not enough for a morale victory yet. We'll stand right here. Which I know is a bad idea because we're going to get overpen. But I don't want them to risk moving without Latha getting a hit on them. Oh, I broke him, he staggered and fell down. Good times. We did it. See, that combat I understood and it worked out well and we got somewhere. It's just that AdMech one just doesn't work. I'll be curious to see how, if at all, it has changed by full release. If it hasn't changed but other things have, it'll be interesting to see if I then can do the fight. Or maybe I'll have played enough that I can figure out what I'm doing wrong and make it work. But even in that fight where we were trying to go for what we did get a morale victory, but we also basically killed everything at that point. Yeah. The system is fine when it works. It just seems something's not quite... What's the way to word it? It's not as smooth as it feels like it should be. Like it's catching on something. But I don't know what it is. See all the swamp mutants? I helped you? Okay, so yeah, if he goes down, he lives, but he's injured and he's upset. Admittedly, what I probably could have done is had the Trojan run over and heal him, but then the Trojan would have been within range of the Bloodletter, and he was immobilized and wasn't able to do much during that fight, so could have, would have, but we still won. I came to talk, not fight. Okay. Hear my word, the vein is forbidden from consuming human flesh. Altvakar is the name for human, right? Yeah. So they're worried about their route? When the awakened one emerges, we must leave forever. Okay. Okay. Ooh, interesting. Right, the Kroot obtain strength and knowledge and things through eating other species. I remember that. I think we're gonna leave this alone for the time being until we go find the fruit. I need to figure out which way she ran. Okay, there's 2 dead Kroot here. There she is. I ran past her. Oh, you asked him a question. You were searching for something in the swamp. Points, turns hand, press a palm to forehead. Interesting. They were looking for this person? This is who you were looking for. Who are they? Failed the test, unfortunately. Why do you want the head? So it wants the head because it wants to eat and gain the knowledge. Oh, that can work out for us. Actually, hold up. If they eat the head and they work with us, we can use it to maybe learn the memories of the agent, so then we might be able to learn more. Have the head. Yes! We'll try to find out who killed them. Oh, damn, that's a really nice las pistol. Two morale on a crit. Interesting that you must have features Kroot. Who did we just get it from? Kroot. Do you recognize this? It's the weird drug injector that keeps everybody awake. What about this meat? Let's move on. Okay. Yeah, we're just never touching this. Okay. Oh, if we walk closer, we get... Huskarahat. Oh, Kata? Okay. What do you require? Where did she disappear? Why are you not searching? What if she's already perished? I'll search. Are you familiar with the name Rufidus Scrag? You know anything about the human corpse? Tell me about the inedible. The inedible is going to be the lone Kroot that's with us, isn't it? Oh, right, we found a pile of dead Kroot. Right, I remember now. Okay. Grieving Kroot. We received a Kroot rifle that can inflict bleeding. If it hits the head or the neck, each enemy adjacent becomes disheartened. Morale damage cannot improve morale. No way. Okay. Go look at these goods. Let's go have a look at the Kroot actually. Despite being a huge fan of the Tau, I never really used Kroot. Because I think I've mentioned this before with the way that I played my different 40k armies until I stopped in when they introduced 8th. I liked playing the Tau because I was a big fan of things like Armored Core, and the Tau battlesuits reminded me of, well, Armored Cores, ACs. So I liked playing them for that. It also reminded me of Heavy Gear as well, which is, I don't know how many people know about what Heavy Gear is. Yeah, don't touch that for a second. Yeah. I probably shouldn't have handed that in so quickly. I probably could have asked other questions and maybe got a bit more information from other Kroot about traditions and things. There we go. Now she has an option if she gets caught in hand-to-hand combat. Yeah, take a Las Fusil. Long Las even. Las Fusil is a completely different weapon. I'm really tempted to take off the heavy stubber from you because I think it's a really bad weapon and give you the reliable las gun instead. Yes, the rate of fire is worse, but the damage is a bit better. It's better against armor. It has a slightly lower hit chance but a better range, and we can scale the rate of fire up with you anyway. Hold on, how is the reliable lasgun not got reliable? How has it not got reliable on it? This guarantees a hit. This ignores some of the defense. Go with that. Same ripper gun for both. Regular mace. Yeah, I keep thinking of you as only like a melee powerhouse, but you do have some armor damage with your shuriken catapult. Okay, we've learned something here. Are you the inedible? Why do they exile you? Because you ate something you were not allowed to eat. Yep, that tracks. Okay, let's look at the pile of dead. And let's see if we can retrieve that container, please. Yeah, the Kroots are a very interesting aspect of the Tau. I haven't really read many books of the general Tau. The main things I've read have been related to the Farside Enclave, which is a very different sect of the Tau. If you imagine the Tau working as a caste, well, they are a caste system, wherein they get to... I don't remember all the casts specifically with what they do. There's the fire caste, the earth caste, the air caste, the water caste, and the ethereal caste. Ethereals are like the ones in charge. They're the nobles, the kings, they're not really kings, but they're the leaders, universally. And I don't know how the lore has progressed, so again, I'm going to be speaking in terms of up to the start of 8th edition, when Anvar gets killed. But there's a very strong implication that they are all latent psychers, which is unique amongst the Tau because there is no concept of psyker in that race. It's not like orcs where they all have latent psychers and they have the weird boys who are very good at doing what they believe to be magic but is actually psyker. Humans, well, Psyker here, that in Rogue Trader you've got a Psyker there, you've got Psykers everywhere. Eldar, alright, I think all Eldar natively have some latent ability relating to being a Psyker. But it's kind of like the Force in Star Wars, where just because you have it doesn't mean you can use it, it just means there's some sort of like thing to it. Some people are more attuned to it, case in point, Warlocks. And anyone who follows the path of the seer. What else? Tyranids are all... I say all. They all, in one way or another, do affect the warp and psychers. The synaptic creatures can sometimes, if they're powerful enough, manifest psychic abilities of their own. Say, like, every faction kind of, in a way, has psychers. Tau, for the most part, don't. But the weird way that the ethereals work is either theorized to be pheromone-based, or a latent psychic ability that they have that they're unaware of. And there's a few different things, as I've said, that I'll mention that point to it being latent psychers. One of them... one of the earliest is relating to the Farsight Enclaves. Commander Farsight, hence Farsight Enclaves, finds a blade. I cannot remember the name of the blade, but the blade is a weird demon... I think it is a demon blade, where every time it kills something organic, the wielder gets its life force, which Farsight doesn't know or understand, but it leads to him living way longer than anybody else should, because every time he kills someone, if they're supposed to live for another 20 years, he lives for another 20 years. It's that sort of a deal, right? He can still be killed, sure, but it just means, like, in terms of growing old, he won't. Interesting, there's some sort of problem going on with the things they're eating. I think they're eating people who have been tainted by the drugs, and the drugs are driving them insane. Yeah, let's clear the rubble. So I already know where that leads. And then we'll talk to Krazy Boy in a second once I'm finished my tangent about the Tau and the Ethereals and everything else. Anyway, so when Farsight goes to pick up that blade, they also find a sigil, an artifact that's... It's keeping a demon incursion at bay, or at least picking it up causes a demon incursion. And notably, all of the demons go straight for the Ethereal. They ignore everything else. All the Fire Warriors fighting them, the battlesuits, the broadsides, all of it. They ignore everything. They go straight for the Ethereal. And typically that happens because, you know, demons go, that's a Psycho by there. We're going to go kill the Psycho. And Farsight notes this is weird, and it's part of what leads to the distrust Farsight has of the Ethereal caste, and then leads to the Farsight Enclave, which is separate from the Tau Empire. Other things that are pointed to the Ethereals being psychic include during the Damocles section where it was like everyone got a whole bunch of formations and everything else. I mentioned Onvar dies. Onvar is hunted down by all 4 of the Adeptus... I can't remember the name of the branch, but basically, of the Inquisition, there is a branch that is dedicated to 4 schools of assassin. All 4 of them are deployed. You don't normally deploy more than 1, so it's treated as pretty significant. All 4 get deployed. All but 1 fail. The one that doesn't fail is the... I always forget the names of most of the last 2. I think it's Calexus. The one that is specifically anti-Psyker. It is the only one that manages to pull it off. Well, actually, I don't think it is. I think it's a combination of 2. But anyway, the anti-Psyker one gets close to Onvar and kills it. Which it should only be able to do if it's Psyker. Sort of deal. Anyway, for the rest of them, you have the Fire Warriors, who are the ones who were born for combat. You have the Earth Cast, which are the engineers. They're short, stouty, and they're really good at making things. You have the... I'm going to go get these goods before we do anything else. Water Cast, I believe, are the diplomats, and the Air Cast are the pilots of everything. So, bombers, fighters, spacecraft, all of it. Then the Kroot fall under auxiliaries, so when the Tau take over, or they work with in giant quotation marks, but when they take over anywhere, they will then have the Force there join them as auxiliaries. Kroot, I believe, a mutually beneficial agreement. They're an actual alliance. Same with Vespids. Unlike, which is only in some of the rulebooks, Imperial Guard. Imperial Guard can be, or I don't know if they are anymore, but they used to be a force that you could run with the Tau. We'll talk to you first, then the Burns, and then we'll talk to Flesh Shaper Orictic. Okay, great. He's absolutely insane. Absolutely burned. Talk to the Flesh Shaper. Come to trade knowledge? Oh, yes, please. The Flesh Shaper is understandably very pissed that we brought the inedible with us. Why are you being so nice to us? Since the strands within the flesh are hunters from back, decide what is... Yeah, you are the one who's... This is why they're called Shapers. They shape the direction of the group. You specifically choose what gets eaten and what doesn't, as opposed to the War Shaper or just a clan shaper, which is we go do this, we go fight this, we go hunt this. Why is your brother against the migration? Who is Lonai? The Baron. About the inedible. It lived alone in the swamp. Softskin should not have gone to its camp, not have demons, it is dangerous. Why do you speak of it as though it's already gone? So I should be afraid of them? Interesting. So the Flesh Shaper is implying that the inedible has been hunting people, but they're adamant they have never done that. Or at least that's not what they've done. You spoke about the ritual of the roots in the Awakened One. Do you know when it will begin? May I witness the ritual? I just saw the hypothesis there. That's pretty interesting. That kind of clarifies what happened. When Lonai's pack forced you to retreat to the shore of the Dread Sea, the first great water came. Yeah, the flood, right? Oh, don't tell me I have to go deal with the tree. So in order to finish the thing with the Kroot, I have to win the fight. Oh, okay. Ruh-roh, Reggie. See if we can listen in. Needed him for trade. Okay. What goods have we got? Oh, a new club. Go. So now we gain morale through that. Very nice. So it definitely feels like I'm not supposed to do that fight over there yet, then. Well, until we were supposed to come here first, and then... Let's go deal with the... Yeah, that's a demon, for sure. Get to listen to that one, unfortunately. Let's go talk to the War Shaper. What's the decoration in your quills? Yeah, I let you get hurt, now you're gonna be upset at me. Do you know the strange tree in the swamp? I found Roof Fitness. Tell me about the inedible. Did I help you? Find another big-headed one like this. Oh, I can go, we can go talk to the Ogryn in the camp. Who is the awakened one? What will you do if they take your side? I'll see what I can do. You know who this belonged to? Oh, I can ask you about the Huntress. Yeah, so you're not going to answer any questions because I let you get injured. Okay. We need to go to the sisters' camp. And I need to see if I can convince that Ogryn to come with me. Mall. It was easy. And then if I leave this way, I'm pretty sure I can actually just fast travel back to the swamp. Okay, will you talk to me now? Yes. When the metal beast fell on the far shore, the outsider who dealt with my brother gave the vain suggestion. Then you... Okay. You say you didn't kill the workers? So the workers are still unaccounted for. Gave you the right to hunt human. Lone one eye. That's a tyrannid. Lone eye allowed you to hunt softskins beyond the town. Those who displease them, but crave more flesh. Hunt the warriors. Yeah, break the pact. Go for it. How did you get here? There's all the strands of small creatures that see the darkness and hear the trembling of the air. That's how we hunted, but not enough. Eventually you became too hungry. You ate your own kin. And the humans? Good enough. Or return later. Okay. So if we're gonna have to brute force the tree, like keep trying it until eventually we win. Sabotaging the ritual makes it easier to deal with the clan. That one's been done. That one we're not sure on. Let's open up the case. We have a lot of things here now. Interesting. Ban on consuming human flesh because it causes madness. Witness the flesh shaper venturing into the swamp. Granted the agent the title of Honored Outvakar. Yeah, what I think has happened here is that when the shaper made the agreement and they all started feasting on the Baron's men, the Baron's men are trying not to fall asleep because of nightmares, so they take a shit ton of drugs, and those drugs are then tainting their meat. The shaper, the Kroot even, are eating that tainted meat, and they're going insane because of the drugs. Defeat and frustration. Okay. Yeah, you manufacture Gugesum. Improves the combat survivability. Might agree to a trade. Okay. I think it's this. Yes. Right? Yeah, links through to the Baron. Why are you trying to empower them, though? Feast on the Baron's gang. Yes, this is a pretty fun pistol. Fresh burn from a laser shot. We have a... Ooh, hold up. Hold up. They've not been shot. They've just been clawed out and fought. But there is someone here who's burned. Yeah, see, contradicted. Yeah. Look at that later. No, none of this matches up. I don't like any of that. Yeah, the hyped up on drugs. Cwningen, hello, welcome in. Hope you're having a good week so far. Deep claw marks. Fresh wounds, injuries from ranged weaponry. No burns. Left shoulder is stiff and pained. Difficult to make a diagnosis. Okay. You haven't been shot at all. Plagued by... Oh no, you're plagued by a recent... Can I go talk to the Flesh Shaper again? I don't think there's anything else here that I can really interact with. Yeah, okay, let's go talk to the Flesh Shaper again. And then I guess I'm gonna go drive myself insane trying to get past this iron tree. Mole, that cage barely fits you. Congratulations, fit. Yeah, burned Kroot by here though. Covered with extensive burns. Oh wow, there's a lot we can talk about. What's in the cauldron? Water of memory. Okay. Before I forget, let's give you a quick shout out as well. Someone says not too bad. They're back at work tomorrow, then off Thursday and back Friday, so a weird scattered week. See, my week for the... Well, last week and this week would have been really shotgunned all over the place, but I filled in the days I was working with my own days off. So I think I used like 4 days off to get 10 days, 14 days off in total. There are people I work with who don't mind doing the off-on, off-on, off-on. I would have just got annoyed by it because I would have just been like, oh, today I can do something. Nope, today I'm working. Tomorrow I'm off, but the day after I'm working. I just book it off. It's easier that way. But hopefully you're getting like bonus pay or something for working during the holidays. I know it says work on New Year's Eve. Dang, that sucks. Yeah, I feel really sorry for the people. I'm going to a New Year's Eve thing at the bar I used to work at, but those people are there till 6 AM, and I feel really sorry for them because they're working till 6 AM on what will be New Year's Eve into New Year's Day. Like, Happy New Year's! Do another 6 hours at at the bar. Have fun. So I'm gonna drop by, say hi to them, bring them like things to hopefully make it easier. Someone says, yeah, it's not the best, but they think they get an early finish, though. Well, if you at least get the early finish, hopefully as well, bonus pay or, like, overtime pay or whatever as well. We don't at the place I work at the moment, which is why I decided, well, if I'm not going to get paid extra, I'll just have the time off and have it as paid time off. Still get paid at the same rate, but now I'm not working there. I get to have the 2 weeks. I found the remains of your kin. Well, 60% chance to do this. And we did it. We did it. I know the crew have been to the excavation site. You're saying that was because of the madness? I helped by finding a worthy opponent of the Awakened One. Would you be willing to share information now? You specifically want me to deal with the tree. Okay. Do you know anyone with a burn on his face and a leg? You'll answer this question. Who is here, polite, intelligent. We remind you of him, who inquired about the traditions. Pointed out the good hunting grounds. Unfortunately, he's been killed. You're probably going to point at the inedible for doing this. Your brother was displeased with the attempts to build relations. You're pointing at your brother for doing this. Okay. You spoke of the inedible. We've had this conversation before. Why do you think it was been in the past? You think we've been... Yeah, same conversation we already had. Where did you last see them? Did he ever say anything weird? You were going to be hired as... Okay. He was giving you good food to get you as a mercenary contract to work for the Inquisition. Which tracks. It's been mentioned that... We passed a check for it. It's been mentioned that the recruit could be used as mercenaries for the Inquisition. Vane is at crossroads. Got everything I can. Regarding Rufinus, so all I need to discuss the tree. Why is the brother against the migration? Drove us back many to the daughters of the Rotten Sea. They got insane. So plan a settlement. Oh. We can sabotage the awakening of the ancient warrior ritual by poisoning the substance known as the Water of Memory, which is right behind us. But we could enter a new mercenary contract if we sabotage it. Oh, okay, let's go. Apparently I don't have any... There we go, companion quest is here now. We got a bit more information. Warshaper, though, can't really point as target. But the Flesh Shaper has armor that's hiding it, right? Did I remember that bit right? Left shoulder stiff pains, armor conceals the wound. Yeah, but you said that your brother wouldn't dare go against what you said. No, you said that the clan wouldn't, but then you said your brother might have had something to do with it. Slight defense, 55%. There's no way we're gonna get away with that. I think we need to deal with the tree. Yeah, I think we have to deal with the tree. Oh, and there's more things I can do back here now that I got the Shaper, the Inedible with me. Oh, can I talk to the Inedible again? Something is wrong with your clan. Let's go. So look, mine says, nah, to be fair, it's all work from home and stuff. They finished by like 3:30, so it ain't too bad. It was pretty much all their holiday throughout the year, so they've had their fair share throughout the year, but no overtime or bonuses or anything. That's a shame. So my holiday resets with when I started with the company. And then we get the usual, like, time off whenever it is. But I don't usually use my time off, because I usually save it for things like Christmas. Like the Christmas period. Okay, we have a broken box. A data stick key. I don't think that's correct. Because when we showed them the head, they were like, they wanted vengeance. They were upset. Can I confront them about the flesh? Similarly, I have a data stick here. And I know there's a door over here. Before we drive myself insane with the... Get away from the terminal. Say this whole fight is going to be really rough. Maybe the solitary crew will join in. But yeah, I can't really go for a morale victory. They got to keep building up over time. Shredding armor isn't exactly easy to do, especially when they're all in like the hundreds. And again, daring is making it harder than it probably is for most people. Again, I need to keep that as well into account, as well as the fact that this could be, you know, this could be one of the last things you probably need to do in the alpha, and I'm probably doing it way too early. There's also the thing I mentioned earlier with the, if people test a game to become, basically, if they become too good at it, and then the difficulty is scaled off of what they do rather than, like, everything else, this could be a harder fight because of that. Because even summoning a demon, that Kroot Shaper fight was actually pretty fine. I could take out a Skitarii Rust Stalker to begin with. What happens if we knock down the column? Right, I need a melter charge. Let's go get a melter charge. Hmm. Why are the two different values of melter charge? Don't need the great hammers, I don't want a shotgun. I'm not using grenades, although I probably should. Yeah, give me 3 melter charges. I think this is as prepared as I can be for... I think the ads are going to arrive as well, unfortunately. I think this is as prepared as I can be for the fight. I'm absolutely going to save Scum to see what happens with the pipe. I'm curious. I think if we do have to start the fight, it is probably a good idea to start over here and take the commander, but we also need to worry about the Skitarii Ranger here. There's a Ranger here. There's 4 Rangers in total, I think. Okay. Blow it. And that did... what? Does it just give more cover? Maybe. I just had a thought. What if... There's a member of the Lathe World back at the Sisters' Camp. Can I talk to them about the tree? Will they tell me anything that makes the tree easier? I can't think of anywhere else where there's Adeptus Mechanicus, so it has to be maybe with them. But it's very unlikely. You got nothing to do with the tree. Have you got any items that could be of use to me here? this. But it's so expensive. Right, technically they're not at my party while we're here. Okay. Let's go wake up a tree. We're going to send Cog over to the other generator. We're going to stay by here. We're going to try to take the commander down as fast as possible because that does slightly reduce the amount of morale they're building up. Although it's not the -3 that it really should be. I'm kind of hoping the solitary crew does help in some way, shape, or form. Oh, we need to crack that. Reggie. Cool, we got lucky. Maybe the best thing actually is if we kill a Skitarii from the word go. Not turn on the generators early. If that is the case, I think my biggest problem are the rangers. So we kill the ranger by here. Yeah, because then it's not an ambush as well. Cog can run over and push that themselves. Saro's going first, then it's that stalker, then it's that stalker there, and that ranger. Then it's Hamar. Okay. So if we pull it all back a bit. Wow, Lathi is going like basically last. I'm thinking we napalm this group so that at least we don't have to worry about them. And then we worry about the stalker after that. Hamar, I'm gonna need you like here. You have a melter gun. Sit by there. That's going to drop down eventually. We'll worry about that later. Acolyte. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to be able to charge. There's no point worrying about it too much. Acolyte is going to have to deal with the ranger back here. Lathi, I really wish you had a better start to this, because you get to turn that generator on and do things. Okay. Cook that. And then they're all dead on their starting turns. you're fucked. That's great. I now need you to take a step away. Actually, no, you can fire while you're at point blank. Yeah, she's gonna get 8 shots. Let's find out. So we had the 8 shots. 1 hit because of reliable. No one's able to go and stop that concentration. Dead anyway. No. You know what, Cog? Fight it. Even if I was to try to do like movement shenanigans, I cannot get to that Skitarii Ranger in time. So, yeah, Haymar's been like zeroed in the first turn. I absolutely just hate this fight. Give you guidance, but we're doing this. They didn't, I guess they burn at the end of the round. A bit of a damage resistance, I guess. Okay. Started working on you. Now they burn out. Don't know why. I need to see if I can take out your concentration. No, I missed. Yours. I mean, we tried. He just did some damage. Okay, I don't know why he didn't get the shot to go off. I don't know if it's like a line of sight blocking type of deal. But I do know Cog's about to have a lot of fun down there. Okay. What do I do next? commander. We need to cook the commander out. Apparently this is only going to do 6. Plus the veil degradation. Okay. Cog, good luck. Okay, Lathia wasn't really going to be moving anyway. That's fine by me. I need you to finish that guy down there off. All those shots and you still haven't... I still haven't broke his concentration? Also, again, like... Apparently I fired 2 shots. It didn't fire 2 shots. That didn't quite track. But also rate of fire should have been 9. It looked like it fired 9, but it didn't do 9. I don't quite know what's going on here. Maybe it is firing the right amount of shots, but it's not tracking right. How's my morale almost maxed out already? It's not going to be, because Haymar's about to die. Yep. I don't understand how any of this works sometimes. Why can't I go... I slashed through this way. Why can't I slash back? That'll do. Let's see here. That only matters for vital damage, right? Oh, no, it was also hit chance. Okay, I need you to break that thing's concentration. Thank you. I mean, I also kind of need you to come over and heal that guy, but we'll deal with the concentration first. See, I'm 99 on the morale. When do I get the morale victory? Is it at the end of the round? Or, like, I really... This whole system needs to be clarified, I think. Lathia... Or... Lathia can do 2 more attacks and then hit this Ruststalker out of morale, but you're gonna get another turn pretty soon. You. I need to keep in mind that whatever I'm going to do is going to ramp up that cost a lot. Turn that off. Oh, we're going to rhyme the incineration, then we're going to rhyme again. Cook it. I could go for him. Crack his armor. But I need this Skitarii over here dead. That'll have to do. So I'm at... Again, I don't think the morale's working. How am I at 99% morale? Still. I'll work for that, I guess. See, if I could put it right on the top of the tree, this would be great, but I can't. Fetter this. And I need you to run away. Cog, you're gonna have to keep going for as much as you can, I think. I can move. Let's move here. And I'm gonna guidance you. Free movement. Good enough. Thank you for taking the hit, Sorrow. I probably should have guidance the other guy. Weirdly, this works out for me, but it doesn't work out the way I wanted it to. Good luck. Thank you, not getting killed. She's basically gonna have to just go hunting. That's all she can do. Because if she hasn't got anybody else, she can't do anything. I guess she could heal herself. That works. I have free movement, thankfully. So I'm gonna use that to move here. I have a 98 to hit the torso, but like, not a lot else. Okay. Let's give you a turn. Gonna rhyme for a random attack next turn. 8 to 11, is that the best I've got? Yes. I think the morale system for this fight is genuinely just broken itself. It hasn't dropped or risen at all. At least... flash it. Thank you. Let's see what to do. Coley, hello! Hope you're okay. Hope you're having a good week. Yeah, there goes. Yeah. I mean, it's not like we could really get a morale victory, but... Shut the fuck up. You crit with 48? Not that we really could have gone to morale victory, I think, but like, the fact it's broken at 99%. Try again. But as how the crime spree is going, Coley, I like everything except this one fight. I think it's fucking broken. I think this thing needs to be redone. You can't really get a morale victory when morale seems to be the way that the game is trying to, like, push you to play, because everything just gains morale automatically over time. It's not like Momentum where you can at least, like, recover slowly over time. You either kill something and gain morale or you don't. You can sort of gain morale through the abilities of, like, specific people. We get crit for 48 fucking damage on a whim. And my crits apparently deal 10. I hate this so much. Everything else to do with this alpha has been pretty good. Really huge fan of the investigations. The Kroot fight was interesting. The hostage situation had a few different ways you could resolve it, which was pretty nice. You could play that whichever way you want to. Dursus we haven't gone to redo, but that was an okay fight. But this has just been just horrific. I think the best shot here is to kill this acolyte. Or would it be to kill the other acolyte and let Haymar mag dump this one? Can I even get the I can't even get the shot off on this one unless I run over here for it. And as I said at the start of the stream, judging by what I'm seeing in the Discord, a lot of people have an issue or are having problems with this fight. So at least I can sort of take a little bit of solace in the knowledge that it's not just me who thinks this is really, really rough. Or at least struggling with it. So there we go, we're at 35 this time. Haymar. It's going that Ranger, Ruststalker, then the Alpha. That's fine. Lathia can do whatever. Sorrow. Everyone's at the end. When it is, like, it's going to be too late to deal with that. I think we just have to keep doing it until I win. That's it. This apparently doesn't count as any sort of cover. Yeah, no, how does this not count as cover? I need Sarah to be safe. All of the servitors are going to get to act before Haymar gets to do anything. Okay, well at least I get to act with the officer before he gets shot in the scalp by a sniper rifle at point blank range. Fun. Yeah, see, my crit is 14, my regular hit was 17, like... And meanwhile, Skitari's #1 marksman 413 years in a row whips out a 48 and immediately downs my Epione. Might as well improve your chances to hit as well. You're gonna mark as a target. Okay. I can't get all of them, but I can get most of them. Gee, yeah, don't do that again. You should be able to fight with... I mean, Lathia wasn't really going to be moving anywhere anyway. Regular shot at Lathia, okay. And this time they burned out on that turn, but last time they didn't. And then they randomly died on a late... I was confused by many things many times, I guess. You... I kind of need to fix Hamar. But Lathia is the one that's in more trouble. Touch this. Okay, it did get rid of the immobilization, unfortunately. But that gives you a bit of defense. And then I'm just going to run over and stand next to this. Because then if it tries to move away, we get to melee hit it. We're then going to do... another turn with... shoot your rounds. Got a defense. Sort of worked for me. Didn't really get that much morale out of it either. Pop! Okay, I don't know why he didn't fire. I don't know why sometimes they don't shoot. I appreciate it didn't, but I don't know why it didn't. See if this is... I mean, this could go wrong, but I don't care. You have reliable. You had 2 shots in... I shouldn't have done that. Okay. Call. Thank you. At least the generators are generating. Yeah. Smash it. So at the very least, maybe I can go touch the button to get out of this. Wait, the commander has a special icon on the turn order, but not on, like, the main screen? Ew. Yeah, so this is why being at 99 was really confusing and weird. Guidance for... I know I gave it to Hamar last time. I'm gonna give it to... I know you can... I should be spreading it around, but we're gonna give it to Hamar again. This... I need to do a regular hit and then a precise. Because I need to break it. Fuck off with the defense rolls! At least we managed to break its concentration. Defense roll less than like 3% and they get it. I don't like defense. I know I just said I don't like defense when we just got defense, but like, I don't like it. I don't like how any of it works. Let's see. Now I need to start doing very funny things over here. I just realized I've barbecued you. I need to get healing to you this turn. You don't need line of sight. It's right by there. So I can get the Stalker, but I can't get anything else. Why did you become heroic? Why did you become heroic? Why the fuck does... Why does... How does using a psychic power that doesn't really do anything because no one has any fire stacks somehow make you heroic? Haymar's down as well. Which is, I believe the word is less than ideal. I'm starting again. Will Marwol ever get out of the swamps? Probably not. Okay. I do like starting with this guy dead. Because then it just means we have the Skitari over here to deal with. Get you behind cover. Get you behind cover. Get you to there. Laffy here. Guess you'll find where you are. I probably should start Cog next to this thing, actually, next time we reload this. Because God knows I'm not going to be able to beat it this time either. Especially not with this turn order. Holy shit. No, no, I'm not. No, I refuse. This encounter is rough enough as it is without me having one person go before everyone else. Cog, go here. Right. Shoot. That's a better turn order. That one I could do something with. Other than die horribly and cry. Haymar is actually kind of in a spot that I can work with already. Saro, go here, Laugh here. I kind of wish you went sooner in the turn order, but you can go there. She needs to stand like, I don't know, there. Yeah, that'll do. Cog, by there. Start fight. Okay, so there's the commander. Who have you tried to cook? You're cooking Lafayette, that's fine. It's not fine because I'm about to do the Firestorm thing. Yeah, okay. The healing isn't going to arrive next to him for a while. Okay, don't use rapid fire because then reliable doesn't even become reliable because it'll hit some random thing you don't want to shoot. That works. Lathir then needs to give him mobility so he can move around freely without having to worry about the 1 square limit. Cog is actually okay. Or you could just flat out not do anything that you want to do normally. This also works. You're gonna get hit, which is the problem. I don't think that's given you, because I've done this the wrong way round. You could heal yourself. It requires you not to get shot by anything else, which is very unlikely. We'll hit the arms at least. Lath is still somehow alive. This is a bad idea, but I'm going to do it. He doesn't get his free move because I've done everything there wrong. Why? Sometimes they burn out, sometimes they don't burn out. What is the deal? For my next trick, you're gonna go there. Thank you. Have they burned? Okay, they died now. Onslaught Protocol is fine-ish. That's perfect. Fortunately, the damage over time effect isn't gone from you. I don't know why. This Katari might have done that one. I probably should have run over here and then done that, but I didn't want to risk not being able to cook this. How far is your influence? Your influence is 2 squares. I mean, there's nothing else you could really do, except maybe I could, you know what, you lose the stacks. Go patch up Lath here. Thank you. And then I want you to blow through this guy. Interesting, didn't go for Lathia. Give you the guidance. Then remember to push this button now, not before. There we go. We're getting somewhere. Oh. To be fair, the first one should have hit. The second one definitely, like, 50-50'd it, but we didn't get lucky. Might be able to break that concentration. Not going to be able to... Okay, just going to do the shot. Got very lucky over here because they're sort of funneled in the way they're moving. For now. I need to give you the turn. Because you can use that free move to move... there. And then I need you to break it. Didn't break the concentration. It's unfortunate. Means I need to land the shot. Thank you. And then I need you to run over this way and break that thing's concentration if you can, please. As fun as it would be to break the morale of the guy that I really should break the morale of. I kind of need Lathia to live. Okay. Probably nothing to worry about over there then. Servitors here, not too much of a problem. I might be lucky with a Sorrow. It's fine. If I can get line of sight there, I can deal with everything here. Right, next thing I need to deal with is that Rust Stalker. Touch the button. Because we should have touched that button a while ago. I should have stood by there so we could do more damage to it, but I'm just going to spool up. Actually... not too far away. Spool up. Injured the torso critically? Allegedly? Or have I just done that to Sorrow? I've just done that to Sorrow. Oh boy. Sorrow's loving this. Guidance for you, because that's going to run out. Guide the light. Catch yourself a little bit. As long as you can keep that Rust Stalker busy, I don't have too much to worry about. Shit, I need to hurry up so she can finish off him. But of course, the same... I think that was... No, there was this Skitarii over here who did the horrific crit before. Yeah, I don't care. I just want to get through this fight. And if that means I have to wreck all the Mechanicus things, so be it. No line of sight. That's okay. Oh no, 2 more servitors. Whatever will I do? Oops, I forgot it would chain like that. Let's not do the really dumb thing. You're telling me that it did a counterattack there because I demoralized it too much? And it... Okay. I mean, it should, but it's annoying that it did. At least it's immobilized. Wait. Oh, I absolutely cannot get line of sight to that guy. Okay. That doesn't even give you line of sight? Disarmed. Well, it's immobilized, so it won't be able to do anything. See if we can do anything about this guy. The arms are injured. Hoping we get the full result there so I could give Hamar another turn early. Not that it's going to matter because we're going to win. Surprisingly, we're actually going to beat the swamp. Oh, I didn't mean to fetter. Oops. Yeah, we're gonna perils no matter what I do there. Let's not touch anything. It's fine, he's disarmed. We can work our way slowly towards it. Yeah, running closer, that's a good idea. Have a turn. Have another turn. I have line of sight to that target. Okay, Sarah can go push the button. But I kind of want to destroy everything here at this point. It's risky. I know I shouldn't do it, but I should. Go push the button. Present the sigil. Who am I talking to? Okay, now that we've beat that fight, the only way we got through that fight, I think, was down to luck. Some things I was picking up partway through, like, it looks like you really do need to rely on precise attacks to cripple enemies in terms of reducing the damage they deal, reduce their stats, reduce XYZ. Morale, absolutely not a chance. Not with the way that everything builds up. You'd have to strip everything off of everyone, and we don't have a lot of... We had everyone running weapons that still let them strip armor pretty easy, and we still had issues getting everyone to not get Thing of the Machine Spirit. So... either Thing of the Machine Spirit needs to not generate so much so quickly, or killing the commander needs to do something else to the Skitarii fight. Because if we didn't go for generators, I'm pretty sure we would have then killed... We were in a great position to kill the enemy commander, which then means that everyone who is left alive, which is not a lot, would then be degenerating morale. It might be that maybe you're supposed to leave the servitors alive so that when everything starts degenerating morale, all the servitors tank down the average so much that you end up getting morale victory that way. Which is if that is the case, that is a little bit counterintuitive, because you would have thought that by killing things to raise your own morale, it would be better than leaving them alive to degenerate to tank it down. The damage they put out is bullshit. The biggest threat... You can sort of keep the Ruststalkers busy. The Crippling Strike is a nasty thing they have, but it's fine. The Rangers having huge damage is not as fine. I'm pretty sure the safest thing is to always kill one of the Rangers. The The one in the bottom right means we don't have to worry about anything in the bottom right. The only thing we have to care about then is where we start, which is next to the other tree, and then pushing towards where the commander ran to, so you have a clear shot to the button. The generators, sure, we should have kicked up one of the generators early, but I had to get going the way we did because of how Lathia got plasmid at the start, and that sort of meant that my cooking was going to cause more problems for us. Again, this is alpha. There's probably things we don't have, or things will change, or maybe things will be reworked or redone by the point of beta or even full release that makes this different. Maybe this is an over-tooled fight. Maybe there's things that you will have in full release that will make this less of a nuisance, to the point where I don't think I've had to save scum anything else in any... Nope, not in Kingmaker, not in Wrath of the Righteous, not in Rogue Trader. Nothing came even close to this. No, not even the final fights. No, actually I say that there's one fight that was kind of close to this in terms of having to get lucky but still try and use mechanics to break the fight. The spawn of Rovagug at the land below the stolen... The roguelike mode that's added as part of the main campaign to Kingmaker has the spawn of Rovagug as a final boss if you manage to get to there. And the only reason I killed that is because Knock Knock had stat damage on sneak attack. So that was just keep him alive long enough to get enough hits in that it would kill it through stat kill as opposed to real kill, because the spawn of Rovagug is too difficult otherwise. But that's also supposed to be kind of a super boss. This isn't a super boss, this is part of a fucking quest. That's part of, as far as I can see, part of mainline. And I had to go through... Another thing I'll give to the game, I'm probably too harsh on it at the moment. I am on daring. I'm not on normal. There's not many difficulties at the moment. There's like, what is it, story, normal, and daring. I'm on daring. So things will be more difficult than maybe they will be anywhere else. And as I'll say, alpha, I'm also not going to be great at this, because the way I play some things will become easier, some things come to be harder. This fight, though, it felt like I was getting somewhere with it, using Cog as a sacrificial lamb to draw away 2 Ruststalkers and a bunch of Servitors. And one of the Rangers was, I think, the good idea. Killing one of the Rangers from the get-go was a good idea. It's just, when it comes to the new systems they've added in terms of the morale, I don't think it plays nice with how they've designed this fight. The other fight we've done in this stream so far, the one with the Kroot, is the only one I can really compare contrast to right now, until we go and do Dursus. I think Dursus is going to be the make or break for one argument or the other one. The Kroot fight with that one, we did get a morale win, but he'd also functionally won at that point anyway. This one, we'd functionally won at the point where we would have killed the guy and gone for morale, or just pushed the button. I have a very sneaking suspicion that the trick is that you're not supposed to kill the weaker enemies. You're supposed to let them degenerate and crash out and have problems. Which, it feels counterintuitive. I've never played a game before where the goal is to not kill things in a combat. Outside of, like, really weird Dynasty Warriors special condition things, yeah. But that's always like optional, and it's not the intent of the system. That's just like, it's an optional thing you do to go do hidden alternate paths and things like that. Yeah. Again, it's alpha, you know, things may change, things may not change, things may be altered, they may tinker things. One thing, again, to bring up is when we killed the commander on one of those earlier runs today, it was only dropping it by -2, not -3. I didn't really keep track of how much it was dropping in the Kroot fight because we killed the commander so late. But yeah, I'll for as negative of being on it, I will give it praise in a few areas. I like the armor system they have here far more than Divinity Original Sin 2. You can at least cause status effects, crowd control, even if the armor is still in play. It just, I believe it reduces the chances, because you have to first get the chance to do it, and then they do the test if they fail. Or when you breach armor, then they're just doing the test. Much nicer than just, no, get fucked. You're not allowed to do any tests until you break their armor. And if your party's built one way or the other one, and you happen to run into an enemy that's tanked against that, good luck. You don't get anything. The combat is nicer in this than Original Sin 2. The rest of the game is fantastic. I just think the thing that's going to catch me out a lot is going to be the combat. Your sentries attacked me, I was defending myself. Okay, I've restored the connection. I think you owe me. Diplomacy? Okay, so I guess if you don't destroy so many of them, you can actually ask for, like, compensation for dealing with it. Can you permit the hunting? I'll give you a favor. So, yeah, it's easier to negotiate with them. You're in a better place to negotiate if you don't destroy so many of their things. Again, full release, I'll be curious to see what this is like. Maybe then I'll be less shit of a player and I'll be better at this. And I'll be able to do this sort of an encounter and be fine. And we'll be able to get maybe a better outcome for it. I found a servo skull. Share the information? You're probably not going to because I destroyed so many things. Thrown off course deliberately. Take it. Because I kind of need to repair my reputation with you because of what I've just done. Local bandits might have done the damage. Found a mutilated body. Did you see anything? I didn't find any trace of a filament. Yeah, critical damage to the security system cannot redirect. Okay. Okay, nothing much there. So, crippling it has caused a lot of problems, but hey, look, what are they going to do, right? No, galvanic rifle. Oh, no wonder they're hitting so hard then if they're doing bonus damage. They do a % damage more to targets with negative morale, which is very likely to happen in that fight. And then they're also dealing additional bonus damage because of galvanic. Okay. Let's go talk to the... How much does it sell for? 42? We can send it back to the lathe. Go talk to the organic shaper. I forget to give Cody a shout out as well. Hold up. I think you said you're back to streaming now? Well, you might still be on break. I can't remember which one you said it would be. You and your medkits. Put on Sorrow. Not Sorrow. About the Iron Tree. You don't need to fear it anymore. Again, you're giving me Kroot things when I don't have a Kroot in my party. Do I want to try to taint the water? Speak later. Yes, I'm gonna do one reload for it. Oh, chem toxin or Gugesum. Hold up. Oh, I don't know which one I want to try. What is this? Can I try it? Gear into it. Okay. If I'm right in my theory that the Gugesum is making them go insane, the chem toxin is probably the way to go with this. So we'll do one reload, so we'll try it and then we'll try again. We'll stick with the result. Oh, did I already pass the test? Is that what's going on? Just to be able to touch it? Yeah, okay. We already I thought it was just to slip something in would be the test. Interesting. Oh, we drank from it. Oh, can I talk to Mole? Is that an option? Okay. Regarding Rufinus. So, okay, nothing new. About the clan. You and your brother clearly had disagreements. Right, you're gonna be more open to talking to me because I've just done the thing with the tree. Children of the same strand bound by fate. Cody says they're still on break, just been home for a couple of days, off a couple of months. They had to prioritize having edgy. That's absolutely understandable. Not that anyone really knew me before the hiatus, apart from Alleged Man. I think they still lurk. I think they sometimes catch the VODs. I don't know. I hope they're doing okay. I need to check in with them. But Havoc Puppy, the person who made the 3D art that's always at the start, that isn't on the YouTube archive anymore because we have the recording start after that. And also did the channel art. They knew... Oh, no, there's a few other people like Trainior as well. Anyway, there's a few people that knew me before I took a 1.5-year hiatus. So don't worry, I completely understand having to, like, take some time off to, like, focus on time, energy, work, that sort of a thing. I don't plan to go on another year-long hiatus anytime soon, but you never know. Maybe I'll get told by NASA I have to go blow up an asteroid by digging into it and save the Earth, and that's going to take like 6 months of training and then 3 months of demolitions training, and then I have to actually go do it. I was trying to reference a game called The Dig, but I think I might have accidentally referenced Armageddon instead. I think that was the Bruce Willis movie where he goes and blows up an asteroid. Where did you come from? You came from all the way over there? Unknown says, alright, Bruce. Yeah, I think I might have accidentally referenced Armageddon as opposed to The Dig. The Dig is a pretty good point-and-click puzzle, not point-and-click puzzle game, point-and-click adventure game, by the way, where you go into an asteroid and there's an alien civilization, and it's fun. I recommend it. How'd you end up in the Maris Portum Taurus? Cool! Got more things for the strand. Interesting. The Fusilier set fire to the Hab Zone. So you ate the guardsman? You used to be working alongside the guardsman. I don't think this is a lie. So hit me out on this one. I think the Shaper is telling the truth. I think there was an agreement with the Fusiliers to have them as a mercenary group, or auxiliary in the same way the Tau do. How I think they were being fed is... Within the Imperial Guard, you have things referred to as penal legions, or penal legions, which is where they send the criminals, the convicts, that sort of thing. I think the Fusiliers sent criminals, cowards, and people that would normally be executed by a commissar to the Kroot. Because the Kroot would be like, ah yes, this is a strong warrior, we'll take them, we'll eat them, ba 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 ba. And then the Fusiliers go, well, we've dealt with the people we would have executed anyway, and we've maintained the mercenary pact. I think that's what's actually going on. No way am I passing that one. Why don't you give me the document? Yeah, I'm not... How am I supposed to pass a... I think this is also, again, because of daring that I have such a big difficulty modifier for this. Because I don't actually have a way to pass a sleight of... I have no one who's good at sleight of hand. Apart from Epion. Which makes sense. Surgeon would be really deft with their hands. Really do consume your enemies. How do you decide? Scent, taste, movement, and way of thought. Those who are worthy will become the best or born, so the fastest, the bravest, the smartest. And humans. That's a philosophy I can respect. I'm not gonna... I want to see what happens if I try to steal the blatantly not gonna pass it test. Yeah, we're not passing that. Unless you have the little, like, 5% roll. It's not happening. Let's talk about the ritual. I want to take part. Oh, interesting. He's going to weigh everything we did. We saved Graktar. I defended the borders. I don't want to start it just yet. Tell me more about the Awakened one. Speak later. The reason I don't want to start it just yet is because I want to go talk to... I want to do a bit more investigation of things over here. And I also want to talk to the War Shaper again to see if he has anything new to say to us now that we beat the tree. I don't know if I can talk to Graktar. I don't think I can. Okay, so we've cheered him up. Can I talk to Graktar? As far as I know, yeah, no, they're just beasts. There's nothing else for us over here. Okay. Investigation then. Ooh. One for missing persons. Kroot clan. Decimated the Kroot clan force men to the swamps. According to the pact between the Baron and the Kroot, the Xeno entitled to eat only the swamp dwellers, but in return respect the borders. That's not quite happened, has it? I think we've selected everything. We have nothing on drowned workers. We have nothing on the divers. We still have things to do with Visaline. Yeah, there's a lot of really weird things going on, but again, the Night Lords I think are still involved with this, but yeah, see, we have the Night Lords right here. What happens if we twist it to that? Interesting, that doesn't really lead anywhere then. So if I make him a martyr to that, but if we, after the tragedy, renounce the saints, begin doing this, then you can have this link through. Because it was a victim of the terror. But it's not, strictly speaking, just his fault, is it? It's the Night Lords. I mean, it is the Flock of Repentance, because the Night... he's been corrupted by the Night... I guess really it is the Flock of Repentance doing that. Anyway, on the trail, we have a lot of options here. Tight Clan. They forbid the sense of foul strands. Can I talk to you about the ring now? No. I think that one has been closed off to us permanently because we let him get too injured. And I don't think there's anybody else I can talk to, so... What time are we at? I'm good for about another hour. I was really hoping that the combat with the tree wouldn't take so long. Actually, hold on. Unknown, you played... Well, you've played the alpha, haven't you? I don't know if you're actually still here. You might just be lurking or doing Path of Exile 2 or something. I don't know. WhatsApp can actually just disappear. I don't care. I think they're gonna feed Chinook as part of the ritual. Okay. Let's start the ritual. Let's see how this goes. I am ready. Oh, I can lie. The inedible is now in my pack. Answer to the vein if anything goes wrong. Okay. So the Flesh Shaper, who's more reasonable, says we must leave for new hunting ground. The War Shaper says to stay and overpower the madness, I guess. Yeah, you think only the weak are going insane. Chinook is having problem. Yeah, right. So you're the one that's not quite stable and they're trying to prepare you for the ritual. I'm about to drug you. I'm gonna just watch the ritual. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. He must witness the past, battle his prey, and taste the prey's flesh. The water of memory will help him to relive the... Look at the water. Watch in silence. I don't want to keep my mouth shut. Oh yeah, he's struggling. You see a seashore, a kinbad feasting. You're one with them. You're one with the Shaper. He's dying. Only a healthy tree sheds its leaves. So we have the Flesh Shaper with us. Defeat someone who... Okay. But instead you have to go fight the Ogryn. Oh, I can actually shape this whole thing. You know, we put the save in before this. I really want to see how this pans out in the different options. I mean, yeah, we've already we've already drugged the guy, but like, the inedible, it's interesting that I can put the inedible forth as a opponent for the hero. I don't know if that's a good idea, but again, we can see. Cody says have a quick save before, you remembered it before pickpocketing? Oh, if the save is before pickpocketing, then before doing the dosing the potion, what I could do is go over, do all the investigation stuff, come back, do a quick save, we could go run through all the different options, because, yeah, if I only have about an hour left, I don't mind sitting here and seeing what the different outcomes are. Let's let the Groot decide. Oh, the awakened one is dead. Oh, we can press gang them into service. We can bring up that the Warshaper probably knew about the madness being caused by the Gusenum. Yeah, we know what's going on here. They went into the party all alone. We know this. There was even a quest that we sort of quickly did because we already had the item. One of the Kroot wanted to look for their bondmate, but wasn't allowed to, so the Shaper went out with a war party or hunt party, and only they came back. Nobody else did, and they supposedly didn't find the body. But when we found the body when we were running around before we got to the Kroot to begin with, there were a lot of signs of like, hey, there's been a lot of fighting here, something's gone wrong. I think they fought amongst themselves. Someone had hidden the warriors. The Kinbad is weak, is that? Yeah, some are weak, for that they pay with their lives. Some was a failure and some devoured the weakless bodies. Scroll a heart recognized an amulet. They found it next to the Kroot remains. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Your fear stagnation and bad strands. You're afraid you might guide the vein along a branch with no future, but you'll see the truth. It's on the verge of withering. To give up a lot of chance to make a decision. You let the madness take shape. I'm gonna take the shot here. I'm gonna see if we can recruit the Kroot. Oh! He's given us the mercenary pact. Vane will start preparing for a migration as our agreement demands. We're gonna save here. I'm curious again on some of the other options, like what if we put forth the... Oh, I've already forgotten the name of the term, and we used it a lot during this stream. The one that they don't like, the outcast. Ooh. Wait, she speaks. Hey everybody, you just didn't want me to know they can talk? Inedible, that's the term I was trying to look for. You can talk? Exalt, yeah, I remembered that you're a female Kroot, I just don't know your name. Rakti. You're a female? Yes. Hamar, in record time, has come out with a slur for the Kroot. Rakti has started speaking like 30 seconds ago, and already Hamar's just whipping them out of the dictionary. Like, ah, yeah, the Cadians love to call these one beak snappers. Wow. Don't ask him what he calls the Eldar. I know way too many elven-based slurs. Hello, Rakti. You would repeat them over and over again. I kind of like how that I'm like, so confused by what's going on. Can you show me the whole portrait? Yeah, what's the name of your pet bird? Tell me everything that happened in the swamp. Oh, interesting. Only what you could tell through gestures before, so everything I passed before, you're going to confirm now. Lived in the swamp, contemplated your own dead-end branch, getting used to the thought that your sense would fade into oblivion. Then the Outfucker came. The Acolyte, right? The Agent. The Agent. We'll use Agent, so it's a little less annoying, because we're called the Acolyte as well. Tried to talk about the Vane, about them, brought offerings, not all wish you agreed to eat. Shameful to associate with the soft skin. You appreciated the company, then he disappeared, stopped coming. And you wondered why he disappeared and found everyone had gone insane. Oh, can I now use you for investigation insight? In terms of fortune, unauthorized pact, probability of success low, but I did forge the pact. I can put another quick save down here. Do I want to go back and experiment, or do I want to just... Goods. Picked shows a hooded individual secretly watching a Kroot carrying a net with bloody contents into the swamp. Okay. The Warshaper. Oh, let me guess. If I had that picked, I could have brought up that picture because it would be very similar to the Warshaper. But we know that's the submerged remains of the Kroot. We still don't know who the attacker is. I don't think it's this still. We could set it to this, but it doesn't make any sense. Remove it. Presumably I am not allowed back in, even if I do have a pact. Well, here's the Shapers. Cass, congratulations on getting first. Cass says they gained their turbo back and yet notifications are still fucked. Don't worry, all you've missed is me spend basically 3 hours trying to fight a tree and then an hour and a half of investigation. Oh, interesting. I can investigate over here again? Ah, I see. This is a placeholder. This is supposed to be for the dead guy. 1 second. And there we go. Right, that report's been filed. Hey, Mole. Wonder if there's anything else I can investigate now. Like, there's the burned Kroot over here that we can't really do anything with. Do I need to try to leave and then Rockty joins me? Why do you ask? We're an acolyte, we are... Well, our name is Acolyte. I think that Acolyte there is a name hold placeholder. Before I answer your question, I have a few. Oh, you actually want to come with me if you're on the quarter. I have a few questions of my own. What are you? Fruit, a huntress, an edible, that's not the question. Xeno, to be an outside as well. What are you doing in the swamp? You were exiled for reasons. Why though? You ate the flesh of your sister. She opposed the Vane's will and challenged the Shapers. When she fell, they condemned her to body. You could not let her strands perish. So you honored your sister despite the fact that you were told not to. Why do you want to leave with me? Also, by the way, if any of you drop dead, I guess I could eat you and trust you. Why should I trust you? Yeah, you are strong. It would be good to eat that strength. I don't mind you coming with me. Latha needs to stay with me for a quest. I don't know what stats you have, but we'll put you in instead of Epion. Do your level up. Each current... Oh, you're an operative. Okay. For each exploit, the current defense is reduced by intelligent bonus plus possession. Okay, so we deal more damage to a target. This guarantees exploits before an attack roll. This strips armor faster. Let's go with this. Oh, we got quite a few here. Okay. Hitting certain body parts with a precise attack grants the following. Hands or legs is morale. Head or neck is morale. Eyes? Okay. A random target with an 8 cell suffers Yuka's tear. Oh, free damage and extra exploits? Possibly. You can attack with a crude rifle or make a melee attack. Melee attacks use agility instead of weapon skill. Suffering from tear have less than... Okay, so the more they bleed, it's an execution threshold. That's pretty good. But I like that at the start of a turn, randomly afflict bleeding and exploits. Being able to do both at once, we kind of need to know what combat with the Krut is like. This is probably a really good choice, though. Okay, we got more for missing persons. Okay, they got scared because of that. Strong warriors. Using a stimulant. We know what the stimulant is. No reason to kidnap the workers. Yeah, so remove conclusion. We don't know what the deal is. Wait. So we don't know what the through line is there. That doesn't feel right. There's nothing else we can really do here. I think it's the Warshaper. I think the Warshaper killed the... Warshaper. It says injuries from ranged weaponry doesn't exclude the idea of a las pistol. We'll hold off on filing anything away just yet. Target an enemy on enemy corpse. If they're alive, terror is used. If they're dead, all allies gain a stackable +5 chance to hit and damage until the end of combat. Deal +16. Not the same turn as exposed weakness. You inflict it with... Oh, interesting. You do exploits via attacking, not just nominating an enemy anymore. Okay. What are your modifiers? Attacking doesn't expend movement points. Okay. The next one attack against the target also triggers Yuka's tear. Okay. Skill-wise, what have you got for me? Sleight of hand is pretty good. Awareness is great. Metal is great. Perception is great. Agility is great. Yeah, cool. You're replacing the medic. I also have equipment for you. Flesh Ripper. Here you go. And while the Krut rifle you have is nice... I thought I had a different Krut rifle for you. I do. Striking in the vein. Ooh, okay. So, it's not as good. Damage is worse. It doesn't have melee attached to it. Yeah, it's just flat out worse. If it had a better chance to hit, I'd probably use it, but it doesn't. The Krut can use a flamethrower, I find is kind of funny, though. But if I had a quick look at them before the level up, I would have picked the melee hit. Because we can shoot, still move, run up to someone, hit with a melee. I don't think there's any reason to running around with, rock tea. I do have a lot of questions for the Baron, though. We also still have to do Dursus, but I think we're going to do that for next time. I'm also going to put a hard save here, because I know I've been using a lot of saves. We got a bird. There we go. Talk to the floating fat... Oh, there's not really a floating or fat man. I guess he floats if you throw him in the ocean. But the man I'm looking for. Never seen this guy. An agent of the Golden Throne was found dead not very far from the town. People say there are bog beasts. Interesting that I can bring up people say there are bog beasts, and I can have a bog beast in my party and he doesn't say shit. I knew someone who swore up and down he met St. Sibelius on the street. They say, you don't look well. Fresh wound troubling you? Why people force themselves to drown? Tell me what you know. What do you need? Not harboring any illusions of our abilities and fixing the symbol, but we can get the emergency generator next to the drainage main to work at least half power torque. I'd advise you be more forthcoming. Seeing crates from the expedition site, how did they get there? Interesting. Okay. You just to knife somebody? My guess on how I just ask questions, fair questions. Say, how does supplies from the excavation site wind up in my warehouse? Seriously, tell me everything. Get intimidated. If you don't answer my question, I'm feeding you to my fucking bird. I think it's really interesting how my favorite characters so far are all non-human. We have, well, I say that, abhuman at best. We have the Ogryn Cog. I love him. He's great. I love him so much. I'm curious to see where the Eldar is going. Lathier. But we haven't really done much with them, but they also look like they're pretty much... They might be tied to a story. And now I have Rakti, which is a Kroot. And Kroot are a thing I've always found interesting, even though I never use them in tabletop. I've always liked their everything, how they work, how their society is, how they sort of like... Interestingly, how they might have played. The fact that I now have one that I can play with in this game is really... I'm really looking forward to it. I kind of wish we had a lot of... I kind of wish there were more non-human companions in Rogue Trader. Because it's basically just human, human, human... Sorry, hold on. Let me count this. You have human Navy man. You have human Psyker. You have human nun. You have human that doesn't exist because I killed them. You have... What else? You have human you can recruit who's insane. You have human who's being corrupted that you can save. You have big... I guess a space marine is not quite human. They're a space marine. Who else am I missing off the list? I swear there's others. At a stretch, you could also say that if you're not applying human as space marine, you could also say human doesn't apply to Pascal. But they're also not, strictly speaking, they're not like Skitarii. They're halfway in between. And then you have Eldar and Eldar. You have an Eldar and a Dark Eldar. So that's about it. Whereas here we've got Cog, which again is stretching it for human. We have a Kroot, which is blatantly not in any way, shape or form human. And then you have an Eldar, which is par for the numbers, even if it is just a Corsair, which is just a fancy, slightly different Eldar. I do like the companions we have so far. I'm curious to see if there are any others we might end up with. I know it says they hear a lot of Heresy here. Kroot were great on tabletop. Kroot was shit on tabletop. Outside of one really niche point, which is... you would put them in a forest if you happened to get lucky and someone had forest terrain, and you would give them the sniper rounds so they'd be able to pick out characters. That's about it. Their only decent role was that, because really nothing should ever get close enough to be a problem in melee, and even if they did, a lot of people would never take into account that battle suits were ferocious in melee combat. And also, it's definitely not they're great at launch. They were really bad in that codex too. It wasn't until... which codex was it? The 4th edition codex? I know it says it went toe-to-toe with orcs. Battle suits go toe-to-toe with orcs. Battle suits go toe-to-toe with orcs, and also Chaos Space Marines and win. Orcs, their whole thing is they're good on a charge, that's it. Otherwise, orcs are just durable and slightly strong, but otherwise attack-wise they're lit. You charge them with battlesuit. In an ideal situation, let's say you have a 3-man battlesuit and they have burst cannon. They fire the burst cannon, they charge, they wipe the team. Every time. Kroot, they have rapid fire, they can't fire and charge. So if they eventually end up with assault, they had assault, you shoot, charge. It's kind of the same as doing anything else that has assault and charge, which is you could do it with guardsmen, and guardsmen would outperform Kroot. For the codex they were in, Kroot were not that great outside of like niche cases of, as I say, you give them all sniper rounds and you go, I want them to deal with this heavy bolter guy, I want them to deal with this. I know it says you have to disagree with a lot of what I said there. You absolutely can. But they were not good at all. Because instead of Kroot, you can have any other Tau unit, which would work better. If you're trying to go for melee, there's an entire section of Tau that's built around specifically dealing with orcs, but also kind of being okay with melee. And there's always a better option than Kroot outside of, I want to have everything snipe out particular parts of a squad. Kroot just weren't good. They were fine, if you wanted to use them, you could maybe find use cases, but there was always better options, which was a shame. Because the thing was like, hey, look, they appear in a forest, they have infiltrate, then they can get bonus cover while they're in forest. It's like, cool, but that requires the table to have forests on it. No one I knew at any competitive level and below used Kroot outside of, I think they're neat. Because again, battle suits, if you wanted something that would hold itself in melee combat, battle suits would be fine. I've infamously, at the Games Workshop I used to go to, I've infamously killed Chaos Lords that were decked out for melee combat with a battle suit. And then their whole Death Star unit just evaporated. Their Orc player got barbecued by battlesuits running flamers, burst cannons, and then the Orc Boy got wiped. There was a different player who went to Nottingham for a tournament who brought Farsight Enclave, but based them around the Breacher teams, slaughtered his way through Tyranids, and I think it was Khorne Demonkin. It was either Khorne Demonkin or is a weird, like, Khorne allied with demons. I don't remember. Sorry, Chaos allied with Khorne. I don't remember which way around it was. But in every single case, like, no one really ran Kroot unless they went, I have the models, I think they're kind of neat. They're always a better option. I know it says they ran Kroot all the time when they released, they never steered them wrong. That might have been way back in 3rd. But by 4th edition Codex, they were trash. They absolutely got trashed. Especially with 4th adding things like the ever fun, hey look, you can build a battlesuit however you want to, and then you can also have things that don't matter in 5th, because you no longer have to check to see who you're shooting at, because it never really matters about who's closest. But, you know, I say, I looked at them and went, yeah, they're kind of cool. I like how they are in the lore. I kind of like reading about them. Rules-wise, for the same points, I can just get a Fire Warrior team, or I can get battlesuits, or I can get broadsides, or I can get anything else. Unknown says they did say at launch they had a survivability at launch without Kroot. Like, then it's fine for at launch, but as saying, from 4th Codex onwards, they're, like, no. They absolutely dropped off hard, then, in which case that makes them even more upset. It makes them even more not upset, it makes them even more disappointing that they were only good in 3rd. And yet they've been around since 3rd. 4th edition didn't work well. 5th edition they didn't work well. 6th edition they had issues. 7th edition it was only if they had sniper rounds. It's a real shame. Having said all that, it's really nice that we're now getting something for Kroot. I have no idea how the fuck they are now in 8th, 9th, and 10th. I genuinely don't care, because the system's changed enough that it's not as fun. But I know it says they're now just as bad as Vespid. Vespid were always in a really weird case. They had a really niche I weirdly did see them at Tournament of 5th edition. They had a really weird niche use case for 5th because of the AP3 guns. And you could JSJ them the same as battlesuits. So the weird use case there was bring them in a 1,000 point list, specifically with the intent of you would hunt down armor save 3 up infantry and harass them and only them with the Vespids, while Fire Warriors, Pathfinders, and Battlesuits dealt with everything else. Because then it meant you didn't have to worry about, say, Space Marines, Chaos Space Marines. Terminators are still an issue, but they were always going to be an issue unless you tailored battlesuits or broadsides for them. But it also meant that Necrons got... You could... the way I saw them used in the 5th edition tournament at Games Workshop HQ... It was before they got the rework. They had Pariahs with a Necron Lord. And then a group of 7 Vespid hopped out, vaporized most of the Pariahs, hopped back behind cover, and then the rest of the Necron unit sort of got... The Necron team just got, like, deflated down. The next turn happens, the Vespids pop out again, because the Necrons tried to move closer, they failed a terrain check, they couldn't get close enough to then charge. So it was like, well, you haven't got line of sight, you can't do it, really. Vespids pop back out, they finish off the Pariahs, they finish the Necron Lord, and then the rest of the Tau Force gets the 20%, 25% needed to get the Necrons to phase out. And I was like, cool, so I guess that's the use case for Vespids. It's just like, oh, you see this big powerful thing that's like 3-up save? Just jump them. Just jump them. And then, yeah, starting in 6th edition, Vespids weren't needed as much because battlesuits became a lot more commonplace. I think it was 6th, maybe it was no, it was 6th, I think it started with the Farsight Enclaves, and then all the rest of the things were kicking up, like the Flyers and everything else. 7th, you could just run battlesuits across the board. It's what I did. It's what I had fun doing. And then you run into people who run, like, I still feel sorry for this guy to this day. My Farsight Enclave battlesuit army went against Grey Knights. He hit his Grey Knights on... He had to have a team on the board. I can't remember why. I'm pretty sure he didn't have that, like, deep strike first turn thing. So he kept one team hidden away on the board. I did have the first turn deep strike thing. I came down on his team with a 3-man team of plasma rifles, a 3-man team of flamers, and on the board already I had a... No, hold on, the formation is... Crisis thing. Yeah, so also coming down with the 2 Crisis teams was a Riptide, and on the board I had just my commander in, like, the other side of the board. His interceptors got cooked by the flamers before anything else fired. 6 flamers overlapping on a 5-man team, he had to roll 30 saves, and he didn't. He lost straight away. It was the best example of why you need to be very careful with deep strike based armies, because he had nothing on the board anymore. He couldn't, and he didn't have first turn deep strike. Womp womp. 7th edition Tau were absolutely disgusting though. I did try to curb using some things. I didn't like using the Ghost Keel. I didn't like using more... I only used 1 Riptide, even though I had others modeled. I think the only reason I used more than 1 is when we had an Apocalypse game. But... yeah, no. Tau have had a really weird curve of things. Interesting. Sorry, while I was going on that entire thing about the Brute and everything else, I completely missed that Claus just admitted they tried to implicate the Baron. Betrayed their leader, turned up another flock of idiots who've had their brains addled by the teachings. Unknown says, yeah, 7th Tower were dumb, 8th who weren't bad, but they still also the Orc army. 7th, in the local stores where I played, had a basically like unwritten rules for how to do different things, and the Tau was a case of you didn't do a full Tau list, and you didn't go like balls to the wall, do whatever you want, unless you were fighting someone who agreed, yeah, you can do whatever you want. Or was doing something disgusting like, I'm running an Imperial Knight army, and then you'd go, well, I'm just gonna play how I want to play then. If you were facing somebody else who was like, just playing for fun and casually, you had to scale down the Tau list because you'd cause problems. Same for... what was the other army that caused a lot of problems near us? Necrons? I think it was Necrons with the really weird things you could do for reanimation protocols and formations. If you were Necrons or Tau playing Necrons or Tau, then you go do whatever you want to, but anybody else, you sort of had to play like, I'm gonna have the units, but I'm not gonna use the formation rule. Be like, yeah, that's fine. As for the Orc army, I have a funny feeling. No, I disliked 8th so much that I didn't even try looking into things like how the Tau changed for 8th. But I know for 7th, I'd have one battlesuit team that would absolutely just destroy an orc army because they tabled by themselves, basically, an Imperial Guard infantry army. And all they did is have 6 airburst fragmentation launchers. The Imperial, it was 1,500 points. The infantry are all lined up. He's got his like heavy weapons teams, his conscripts, his like actual platoons. He's got a few in vehicles, and then he had like I think 1 Basilisk. No, it's the shorter range artillery piece that doesn't see a lot of use normally. Medusa? I think it might be the Medusa. But I sort of cited where most of his infantry, where he was taking a whole 2x2 section of board with just 1 section of infantry and went, yeah, airburst fragmentation launcher into the middle of this. I don't need line of sight because it's barrage. There's 6 of them, it's barrage. I got a direct hit on the first one. I got 2 more direct hits and 2 more that went in any direction that didn't matter because there's so many infantry it didn't matter. And that section of 2x2 either died because no armor saves, or ran off the board because they took too many casualties. So that leaves him with about 1/3 of his army left, facing the rest of mine. He conceded there and then. It was like, I completely understand. Unknown says they lost a lot, but put it this way, in 8th their orcs outshot Tau by a lot, 6s proc an extra hits, and as an orc they only hit on 6s. It was funny. Yeah, I can see that being funny. Similar thing happened to Lizardman in Fantasy, actually. I played Fantasy starting 7th and then into 8th and then didn't bother past the Tides of Change, Storm of Magic, whatever it was called. The one where it then turned into Age of Sigmar. Lizardman had a really funny thing where they could hit again on 6s, and apparently in earlier codexes there was no limit to this, so you could end up having a Lizardman who would sit there and like hit 3-4 times on 6s, and you have a rank of like 20 Lizardmen. So you'd have like 20 Lizardmen, they'd all roll to hit 6s, and then you'd roll to hit again, and it was like, uh-oh. But apparently they put a cap on that for 6th or 7th. There were a lot of really funny things in Fantasy that... It was a fun thing. Everything was broken in just the right way. You got no idea what it means about the... Silver Skull. And we know enough that he's gonna suddenly start telling me the answers. Thank you! Do you know the whereabouts of the workers from the excavation site? No one knows. You hear the drill when you go to Maris Portum. The right one you did. The Feisal line has gone missing. Do you have it? We've solved that one. Did they loot the excavation site? Us loot. Yep. Save the size. Can't we? No matter who came to investigate the property. I'm speedrunning through this because I realized what the time is, because I went on... I didn't realize I go on that much of a tangent about, like, editions. You only lied to me once, why should I believe you? How to frame a Simus. Meet your people. If you hurry, you might catch them there today. Okay. People are disappearing. Are you responsible? Question the runaway. That's probably because of this. Disappear your own if they still could guess them. Tell me about the bog beasts. Xeno, we know this. Why are you asking? You got your... Oh, so he does recognize we got a wrong thing from this one. Sick by hunger, we lost our vigilance, but is a fallen leaf. You tell me the Xenos just accepting their defeat and didn't attack our locals? Freaks didn't have much choice. Your people knew to wipe them out while they were busy. The ferals went crazy, started to walk around and they owned the place. We had to choose this one, so pick the third option. Cool. Violated the truce. Which of the nobles are you brewing it for? will do. Tell me the details. We've already done that one. Cool. I must go. It's a lot of fun things. We could help the Baron. Track down and question the runaway. Yeah, I kind of want to go question the runaway before we end this. Yeah, we'll go question the runaway, do some investigation. It's kind of funny. A complaint that I've seen some people have for I was going to say rogue. I'm so used to saying rogue trader when I'm talking about this, when I'm looking at this. It's Dark Heresy. Complaint I've seen for Dark Heresy is that people, when there's not a lot of, like, combat. That's the same case in the tabletop too. You only end up in combat when things go wrong, or when you need to push for it. Unless the campaign you're playing is more combat focused. Usually it's the investigation, it's putting things together, it's figuring things out, it's who to accuse, how to accuse them. There's more focus on using your skills outside of combat. How do you apply yourself? How do you investigate? How are you getting into this room? Are you breaking through the ceiling? Are you cracking the door? Are you talking to somebody? Are you convincing somebody you work here? That sort of a deal, right? And I very much like seeing that there is a lot here for the investigation. Like, we can go have a lead. Talk to... Are you the runaway? No. The runaway is... That's Durst, it's over there. That's Rotten Fish. I assume it's the Calby guy. Because they're named. And I'm doing it. No, Calby is over that way. It's not the one. Who are we going to? Technical Tower at the Marketplace. Inktooth? No. Oh. Here, okay. But I do like that there's a lot more going on here outside of the combat, with the investigation, looking around. Of great case, great example. The hidden cave. We went in there in Rogue Trader, for example. You sort of look around, it's like, oh, there's some loot. There's a button we can push. We went to the hidden cave and we got evidence that there's Night Lords. We managed to put together. There were Night Lords off of the fact there was Lightning Claw, there was a teleportation scorch mark on the floor, there was the note written by the person who was like, I will write such excruciating pains and agonies for you, and then shot themselves in the thigh. Because they're a fucking idiot. All sorts of things that, like, you know, more outside of... I accidentally hit the microphone, I apologize. More outside of the, outside of combat. Skills-wise, there's not been a lot right now. Ooh, I say as we hit this. I remember these from Rogue Trader. They look like, choose your own adventure book bits. Let's... take the certainty. And tell the Augurin to smash through. Go on, Kool-Aid Man the whole thing. Take a shot. Succeeds. Leap onto his back. Succeeds. Witness the pursuit, most scattered to the team reaches a blind spot in the upper town. The Acolyte demonstrates professionalism while escorting the interrogation. The individual refusal of the Acolyte. Check that there are no security cameras and interrogate the subject. Oh boy. I am absolutely going to attach jumper cables to this man's balls. That is the official way we're going to do this. Apart from the tree, I don't think we've shown the Inquisition seal to anybody, so we're not going to start now. I have a few questions. The Baron said you might know something about the Flock of Repentance. Oh, you know I'm the Inquisition? How? You've heard stories. Oh, is the story that maybe sometimes the Inquisition works with Xenos and I've got like an Eldar and a Kroot right here? Yeah, that might have given it away, right? Not just the thing dangling on my hip. What do you know about Asimus? A preacher, a monster, words fall short. Yeah, I know. He's been corrupted by the Night Lords. Tell me about the flock. Funny thing to point out as well is we have been allowed into the flock before, and then we sort of upset the preacher and he went, "Get out! I don't want to speak to you!" And we left. And apparently we've never tried to walk back in. Flock is devoted to the Confessor, who we believe is corrupted. Followers do as he commands, most often that is self-mortification or the torment of another. That is how they repent. Interesting that I can bring up questions relating to the Sanctuary. He spoke of betrayal. Since his faith was weak, he promised ascension, deliverance for the chosen, be it something else. The ritual of penance. Well, okay, hold up a second. Scale this back. I was in that place and I kept pushing a button and everyone kept whipping themselves. Are you telling me I told them to die? Great place to be. What compelled you to join the flock? Performs miracles. He once one was healed of a wasting sickness, another of nightmares. Wanted to see and beheld. This is his judgment. Yeah, we know. He pushes it that through pain there is deliverance, right? He's a Cenobite. The Cradle of the Punishers. That's... Oh shit, is he doing a ritual to try to summon Night Lords straight into the Hab so then they can run riot? Oh no! Oh no! That machine on the outskirts stopped rumbling through the whole Hab zone. Go to the... I have a feeling the Sanctuary of Ascensions might be the end of the Alpha. Key to the tomb of Sibelius. That goes... oh, yeah, we're going back to the swamps, baby! I want to leave the swamp. What happened to your face? By the way, this last stream, we looked at the little weird door. I put my finger in it because I'm dumb, and it mangled my finger. Therefore, if we've been given a withered finger, and this is a key to the tomb of Sibelius the Infallible, this is probably literally a key that we push in, and then it goes, ah, I recognize this desiccated finger. Right this way, sir. What happened to your face? No face, and you like it that way? I've been to the cave. Okay, so he's already done the thing. Do you believe they're left by the Punishers? There were bodies. Followers of the flock. Found the lair of a killer who created installations out of bodies. What do you know? I have other questions. What are you withholding? Examine him. Why did you run? We failed that one. Really? Interrogate him. Why did the Baron spare you? Oh, are you one of the workers? Ah! I'll let you live for now. Look for you in the upper town. Usually hide deep in the cliff shelters to stay out of sight. By the odd heating pipe, you will not flee. Okay. So, what, up here? Yeah, it's up here. As I say, before we read out here, I want to quickly run through the quest log and the investigation. This is going to be fun to look into. On the trail, we can confirm what? Why are you all the way over here? Troubled by a stab wound. Forbidding his gang from venturing further down, believes the bog police are deliberately exterminating his gang is correct. Still, the only thing I can pick here is solitary recruit, and I still think that's wrong, but I also have a feeling I can't get any other good answer because of how we've resolved the entirety of the swamp so far. Similarly, I don't... Yeah, so it's between the War Shaper and the Flesh Shaper. The Flesh Shaper is hiding an injury. The War Shaper has been shot by a ranged weapon. We're kind of on good terms with the Flesh Shaper, though, so I think we're going to keep on implicating the War Shaper. Wait. What if I don't? What if I don't? Okay, nothing here changes. The reason I say what if I don't is because the War Shaper is apparently plagued by a stiff and pained. Armor conceals the wound, making diagnosis difficult. He's not going to tell us he got shot. Don't think he will. Okay. So for the time being, we'll leave that like that. Now we have a lot of things in missing persons. Can I finally say that it's to do with the Night Lords? Yes, possibly. The Bog Beasts have been terrorizing the settlement, violated the non-aggression pact, and attacked the Baron's gang. Absolutely targeted the civilians. We know about this. Under ferals, we have they're not afraid to resort to brutal methods to maintain the Hab zone. Fruit clan of the Bog Beasts, we know. The Workers' Footprints, we know. Still nothing we can link through there. And this hasn't actually changed. Curious. But we are getting closer to resolutions on all fronts, which is the main thing. Just rearranging this slightly a second. Do I have time? You know what? I'm gonna push it. I'm gonna push it. First, I want to go talk to you, see if there's anything else I can bring up. I don't think there is. Let's be going. I think we need to do the Decinus thing in order to be absolutely sure of what's going on. In terms of with the flock. Which probably requires we get him in alive. That's going to be the difficult bit. That's going to be the really fun bit, actually. First, though, before we dip, I want to talk to Calby, and I want to talk to Rotten Fish. Tell me more about the hab zone. There's nothing you got here. Everything you know. Thank you. So there's nothing new from you. What about Rotten Fish? I don't want to have to compel people with the rosette because I like to stay incognito for as long as possible, but I don't think I got a choice. There's Dursus. I call him Decimus by accident. One last check because I know it's pretty quick to get into and out of. Let's go over and check the Cave of Night Lord Mysteries. The working name has not yet been finalized in print. It is going to take 35 years for the Adeptus Mechanicus to figure out what they're doing, but once it's set in stone, that's going to be bigger than Disneyland. I really did spend like 3 hours of this stream trying to get past an iron tree. Oh, actually, no, I know where we can end. I keep going, no, I know where we can end, because I want to actually keep going, but I don't have the time. That's the thing that really sucks. Okay, I was wondering if running through here with Rachti would give me anything. The answer is no. This is fine. Okay, we're going to open the tomb because I think it is a good idea to go do the tomb next time. Which means we're back in the swamps. We're really going back in the swamps with this one. All the greatest hits. Iron Tree. 3 hours of Iron Tree. You want Kroot? We got Kroot. We got one with us. We got them carnivorous birds. With a pet bird. Funnily enough. Let's go back to the brown marshes. Oh, one thing I need to actually quickly touch on, actually. The start of the first stream, I said, hey, look, looks like there's two options here. We'll do the... Obviously, we're going to do the one that's not everything drowned to begin with, and then we'll go do the other one. I've been seeing talk, rumors, discussions, that the drowned path actually is a little bit buggy and broken in that some things don't work, some things aren't changed correctly for the drowned path, so we might not touch that one. Oh! Sklahati! I didn't even realize I could come over here. We could have done this before the thing. What happened? The blood burned? What is wrong with the mate's flesh? Oh, damn, this would have been great to know earlier. I'll spare you. This is actually giving us a few things. Oh, no shit. Hold up. Okay. We already knew this. Kind of, sort of. Hold up. We're cooking. Get out the way. We're cooking. Wait, the game is now just confirming what I already figured out, which is that they've been driven insane by all of the Gurgesum inside of the stronger people. The Flesh Shaper! It was the Flesh one! Right! Okay, so I know we're like, oh, what if we do if we do this because of the injury, right? It didn't clock to me until just then that if he is directly messing with the flesh and the strands that the crews are eating, the Flesh Shaper would hunt him down and kill him. Warshaper was aware of the bouts of madness but attempted to conceal it by hiding the inedible remains. Which leads to... the agent spied on the Warshaper and witnessed him hiding the remains in the swamp. For this, the Warshaper killed him. So, hold on a second. I need to actually untangle, like, literally untangle this. Hold on. That goes over there, that goes to there. This goes to... here. Bear with me. This is going to take a hot minute. Oh my god. I wish everything wasn't the way it was. Yeah, if we had gone over and spoke to this person, we could have unraveled the whole thing. Maybe it would have changed something. I don't know. Okay. For this, the Warshaper killed him. So, we can actually wrap this one out. That's why he has the signet ring. He took it as a trophy. We couldn't ask him about it because we upset him because we didn't save him during the fight. He took an injury. So my instinct of that one was right. Body in the mire. Again, I don't think that's the right one to pick, but I don't really care. I don't think it matters at this point. We've solved it. The Warshaper killed. Right? What if I pick this? What changes? So is a threat? Oh, so this whole thing up here changes. So then we can link this back through. Right? And now we can go look at, say... we can make a report. So we can either say that the agent's mission to experiment on the clan resulted in the Flesh Shaper killing him, or the Warshaper killed him to keep what he knew secret. Given that we've implicated the Warshaper or... oh, actually, hold up. I don't think there's a right answer. I think they're both correct. Well, how can that be? Simple. I believe this is one of those cases if it's up to interpretation. We have evidence the Warshaper was injured, but not necessarily by Las Pistol. The Flesh Shaper is injured, but we don't know what the injury is because it's hidden. We know that the Gurgesum being eaten by proxy is causing the Kroot to go insane. The Warshaper massacred people, massacred Kroot, and possibly knew this. If the agent recorded them doing this and knew about it, then the Warshaper would kill them because their whole thing has been, it's fine, we could just weed out the weak, and if we kill the weak, we keep on going. But as I just said, if the Flesh Shaper also knew that the Acolyte was had suggested that they eat the tainted meat on purpose the Flesh Shaper could have then, out of revenge or to try to save the tribe, killed the agent, so then they could go somewhere else and get other food and not have to worry, which is why they've been pushing so much to leave. Because they know that the agent was doing something that they shouldn't be doing and has assumed it is because of of the Gegessen. So I think you are completely correct in choosing War Shaper or Flesh Shaper. I don't think there's enough in the game as of yet to ironclad to say for definite which one is the right one. They are both acceptable answers. It's not a case of say, I think Hunter Skrahat killed him because he looks human. There's a better answers than that. I think it is absolutely fine to pick War Shaper or Flesh Shaper. We're going with War Shaper though because we've made good friends with the Flesh Shaper and I'm pretty sure I've hit the wrong button. I'm pretty sure if we run back I can't ask them any more questions. I'm glad I came over here for the tomb. Oh my god, this is great. This is what I love in Dark Heresy. The whole, like, figuring out and it all slots into place and the way it goes. The combat can piss me off as much as it wants to, but I'm still going to be around for the rest of this. Curious. I can't interact with them. Makes sense, because we've already made our decisions fixed. If we'd have gone there sooner, we might have been able to talk to them and maybe get a bit more information. Maybe we'd have something that could ironclad confirm one way or the other way. But I'm not about to reload everything and go through all those checks all over again, just on a maybe. We'll leave that for full playthrough sort of thing. But this, oh, this is... this is in the alpha and it has this sort of thing in it already. I am excited. So excited to see how the full thing goes. Put the finger in the hole. Oh, step away from the terminal. Looks like I need to solve a puzzle. Wait, I've seen a prayer before. Haven't I? Now, it's the records of the deceased. I know I've seen a prayer. I'm going to have to look through the archive of the first stream to figure out where I've seen a prayer, but I know I've seen a prayer. Maybe it was the divers? Infallible Sibilius Saint, the arch-enemy crushing... Yeah, because I remember this bit. The arch-enemy crushing with your sure hand from Inhuman Taint. I really remember, like, I swear I've seen these two lines. We're gonna have to do that for next time. The Great Tomb Prayer. I can't type, I swear. I promise. Ooh. Maybe something inside this tomb will help point us towards the implication that I have. I have it, I'm looking for the evidence. I know it's a bad thing to do during the investigation, but damn it, I know what I'm doing. I'm looking for proof that he is working with the Night Lords. Technically we already have it, he already sacrificed some of his flock to them, but I'm looking for more proof. I think he's trying to get them summoned to this Hab zone. But that's gonna have to come for next time.